Puppy bro. It's like dun dun dun. Puppy bro. Why the hell did I take that? Ah, I didn't want to take chain lightning. It's not a real AoE I got. Start looking at respec Hawk anyway. I don't know. I think I get a chance. I think I get one more skill point. And I can put chain lightning in that and just have two offensive. I normally like to take heroic aura because it raises everybody's attack a little bit. And right now, all those like ones that you're throwing up, it's just because you can't hit anything. Like on Nightmare, I think all enemies have a certain amount of uh, mandatory defense, like a guaranteed miss chance of anywhere from 10 to I think it goes upwards to 40-50% depending on the rank of the enemy. I believe elites get a solid 30. You have a 70 with 100 attack. You have 70 attack against an elite, and I believe it's 40 in with the boss and uh, 50 with an elite boss. It might be 20, 30, 40. It might be more like that. I'd have to go look it up, but anyway, yeah, I think it's like automatic guaranteed miss like a third of the time, for example, or more, almost half the time. If you'll notice, even with an elite Uber party, you go fight like the High Dragon or Meredith or Orsino or whatever, and you see some ones popping up there. Even if it's buffed by like say like an elemental staff or something, it might be threes or fives instead of like hundreds like it should be. You're basically just missing, even with a staff. I believe spells and talents are always supposed to hit. Attack defense doesn't have anything to do with that, or it's not supposed to anyway. Fuck, not a single copper out of 50 enemies, huh? It's interesting. Not gonna like it if that carries on. Out of this one. First, you take her off a tank. And selfie. Let me just clear this. We'll save this for elemental ages, which we'll get later. Enemy. That means she's not wasting it. If you're being attacked by a ranged attack and you use taunt, your archers don't give a shit about that. Your range on taunt is this big around your character. It's about the size of a fireball. Okay, so if an archer is normally over here, or over there, or both, right? They don't give a shit about taunt. They'll just keep shooting your mages and like two-shotting your rogues and all that bullshit. Yeah, that's why we don't do that. Have shield bash. Will. So that's it. That's all. I thought they were gonna go aggro the whole next mob. They were trying, but I mean the game shouldn't have delayed on that those next couple for however long that was. Nice, finally get a little change. Alright, so you just run in here with Aveline first. Let her draw the fire. You run in there with your mage and hey, what's up, Noah? You just run in there with your mage or with anybody, really. Especially if Bethany runs up in there. If you run in there, sometimes Bethany will run in there and just draw all the aggro and get hit with like 9 arrows in 2 seconds and just die. That's the downside to having that fireball set up for multiple enemies. If she sees multiple enemies way over there, especially if you're shooting them, she'll just follow along. She'll run way ahead of you to get in a range of fireballs, which I think is like a medium range spell. This is going like clockwork. Bethany's doing her shit. That was clockwork. I was just doesn't always go like that. I don't mind that, man. I wouldn't mind Aveline using like 2 health potions right there. You don't even want the fight to last that long, to be honest. Just 2 more. Right, I can get chain lightning here. I guess we're just not going to have the heroic aura. Nice to have 2 damage spells, I guess. Let's see. Just want all the attack you can get. Get that extra magic to take to the maker with you, Bethany. Maybe you can dispel that ogre's bad nastiness. Wings, holy shit. On the splash screen? Oh shit, is it? I'm sorry, I wasn't even paying attention. Hold on, let me see. I think I know why. The capture cards aren't really friendly with old school Xbox 360s, you know what I mean? Like, the newer the capture card, the more like, you're still using that shit? That type of thing. It's like, what the hell even is this? Sorry about that. Wow, I just did like what you call it? Like almost a flawless clear of that stupid art, what do they call them? They're not arcane horrors. They're like the darkspawn emissaries. Yeah, I just did almost a flawless clear of that emissary. All right, this is where I want this. This is really just to get your anyway. What's going on, Wings, man? I hadn't seen you in like, God, years. Been streaming on Twitch for a while there, man. It was like for several years. It was geez, it was yeah, it was pretty much primarily Twitch. Yeah, for just since, man, I don't even know when. Probably one of the last times I talked to you, probably. How are things going? How's your channel doing? About the only thing I watch on YouTube, to be honest, is sports highlights, usually of games, because I don't ever get them. I'm not going to pay to watch them, and the ones that are free, I'm always working. 90% of the time I'm working. Every once in a while I'll catch a little bit of one, like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it has to be on like the only one channel. Like, I think Thursday Night Football is about the only one that I can catch some of, and a lot of times I'm not interested, so I don't even bother. Having some fantasy teams makes it a little more relevant, type of thing. You'll be interested in watching a player on a team, hoping he does good or something. Other than that. Has it? I mean, I know your shit was like Call of Duty. You're better at that shit than I would ever be. I mean, obviously. uh, I know you. I mean, I think as far as YouTube standards go, you made it for a while, and I appreciated you coming over and at least giving a bit of encouragement every blue moon and stuff. Uh, with the streaming started, because my channel, I mean, honestly, I can't say it's been dead, except it's like it was never alive. You know what I'm saying? Not really, not ever really alive type thing. I mean, you gotta do a certain thing in a certain amount of time, or you're just not going to. I think, and then you hit it. I don't know what it takes to hit it. I don't know that it even necessarily takes anything to hit it. Sometimes, some people seem to have a formula and they just make it happen. But I think a lot of people just they hit the right thing at the right time, and it's just. I mean, I don't want to call it luck, because I mean you're putting in the work, right? But there's got to be something there. Either something like someone like myself, I would just look at it and say, after this many years, because it's been at least 10 years, right? I think it's been 11 actually, but whatever. It's like, if anything was going to happen, it obviously would have happened at some point in there. It's not like I didn't put in the time, but just didn't hit the right whatever. I don't know. Maybe just starting too old. And have friends or a personal life. I mean, yeah. No, you ain't lying, man. Uh, I don't know if I put up a lot of videos in a short period of time, but I think my average, because I put out more than one in a day sometimes. My average was at least, I think, actually for a couple years there, like more than one a day. I think the last count now, live streams, those have been kept, and we did stream on YouTube for a while. YouTube pissed me off, so I went to Twitch for a while, and it was, I mean, I still like it. Bottom line, I love video games, and now I almost don't really want to just go play video games by myself. If I'm gonna go play a game by myself, I'll just get on and stream and play it by myself, and especially if I'm experiencing a new game, well, I can share that, the goods and bads of that, the rampages and the rages, and then the good times too, and all that type of stuff. So like that, that's still a thing, and I mean, it was never ever profitable. It was never. So if there's nothing else, I can say I did it for the love of the game, or games, or just gaming, for the love of gaming, just in general, or my particular approach to it, what I got out of it, and sharing that. Probably to a vastly limited audience. Never went for the popular stuff. Low low to the low to no intelligence, dude. I've been like just rolling with straight up one, so I can get my luck all the way up, and all that stuff. And I found it really does make a difference in gameplay. The stats really hide how effective like that really is. So it's like I forget, like, if I think if it has to be below 3, and he says, seems like you suffered more brain damage than I thought, or something. Like, the doc makes like a really smart ass comments. And I think I think if anything's really, really low or really, really high, I think it's like 3 or less, or maybe it's 2 or less, or an 8 or more, or something like that. And he'll take the predominant one and make a smart ass comment about it and stuff. That's pretty funny. Yeah, no, I've actually refined that too. Lean hard into shorts. Actually, I can't say I leaned hard into it, but low damage, yeah, because yeah, the frontal lobe damage, right. Uh, Man, like a one intelligence and one charisma, and like damn near everything else at like 9, and eventually 10 once you get to the dock, right? I mean, that's your goal, right? It's to get everything to 10. So I forget how many starting points. I think you can get almost everything to 9 if you have like a charisma of 1 and a. I think there's a reason I like having my charisma at a certain point, and it's like role play related. It has something to do with a couple spots in the game where, like, you need it as like it has to be like a bare minimum total of 3, or bare minimum maybe even total of 4. I mean, you can get some of that with meds, but I think like if you have 3, there's certain chems that you can pop on top of that to reach. It seems like 3 was that magic number. I think it's 3. It's either 3 with Usanagi or 4 with Usanagi. And then once you got 4 with Usanagi, you can take like, what is it, Berry Mentats or some shit? I forget what it is, but something gives you like a charisma of something, and then something else I think you can pop like 1 kind of alcohol. I think it's moonshine gives you like another 2 or something, and you can get your shit up to like 8 or 9 when it's down at like 2 or 3. I think it's 3 with Usanagi, so you could start at like a minimum of 2. I feel like it was a minimum of 3 at the start though. Yeah, I think it's 4 with Usanagi, and then you can get like a buffed. Yeah, like a buffed 9, I believe, or maybe even a buffed 10. I'm not sure. I don't think you need 10 for anything. Like I don't remember. You know, I mean, there's perks and stuff that require high charisma if you're going to play the game that way. You know, obviously, but yeah. Anyway, don't remember. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. But yeah, I was going through and like talking to everybody and doing all the things, and then you realize, hey man, this person right here, like, you know, would show you the check that you needed to meet. Sometimes it was like a check, or you had to have like, say, you had to have charisma, and then, or you had to have like, say, a medical or a science or a speech skill of like, you know, 75. It was usually implements of 25 to increments of 25. So like 25, 50, 75, 100, all that. It's kind of like the lock picking and stuff. And you could meet some of that stuff with a certain thing. So like a couple chems would help on that. Man, that game promoted so much drug abuse. It was ridiculous. $40+. Oh, does it? Oh, World Blues. Oh, yeah. Then they have one where you can like make your own books, or you can make your you can make your own magazines. You can like print your own magazines that give you like temporary stats of like +10 or something like that. I never. You know what? I honestly went low intelligence, and I never went for the intelligence perks either, even the ones that I could get. You know, like getting an extra skill point or whatever from books. I don't remember exactly what it is in New Vegas. In Fallout 3 is you get 1 extra stat point. 1 extra point from reading books, if I remember right. I think in New Vegas, maybe it's even 2 or something. I don't know, but like it's slightly different, but it's basically the same idea. And then there's the one where you get let's see, is it more points to spend each time you level or something? I always called those convenience perks. Basically lazy perks. Because if you knew what you were doing, there were certain things you just didn't have to put points into. It was just, there wasn't any point, right? Like you say, the barter and the speech and this and that. Like there's certain quests and this and that for that. But there's certain things you can have, like survival. Survival was amazing because it allowed you to make certain shit at campsites, which would give you temporary buffs that way outweighed anything you might get from like putting stats in while leveling and stuff, right? So I always felt you really never needed those. I was like, if you put a point into something, it should just to be to do more damage or take less damage, preferably to do more damage. Because if you kill them, then they can't hurt you. I mean, that just always seemed common sense to me. That's how you play Call of Duty, right? I've watched you play. Kill them first, especially when they're least expecting it, and guess what? They can't shoot you because they're dead. That seemed pretty simple to me. And it works. But like the new tiny guns approach, I believe it's it's 1 strength. 1 strength. That you start. You dump your strength all the way to 1. Dump your intelligence to I believe it's 3. it did. Oh, one stat book. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I think I played through it, but I didn't play like all of. I didn't like complete game it type thing. I don't know. They just got some achievements and went on about my business. I think that was the one where they had like the brain trust, right? They had the brain trust, and then that was the one with Toaster, the toaster that was going to take over the world and all that shit. And then you got like a copy of Edie, or maybe that wasn't the one with copy of Edie. Maybe that was the Divide or whatever. I don't really. God, man, it's been years. It's been a long time since I did the DLC stuff. Yeah, but that's cool. Yeah, but I mean, even by then, you're pretty much set, right? You should have everything you need and everything, and the things that you want to buff to 100 when you need to do so, you should have like enough magazines to do that at that point, right? Getting your plus 10 or plus 20 for magazines, whatever you're getting. I think it was plus 10 naturally, and I think there was a perk that you could get double benefit for magazines, or maybe magazines lasted longer. I don't remember. Anyway, something like that. But I mean, you know, if you didn't really need to get most shit to 100. There's the things that I didn't want to bother to use a chem for to have them at 100, so I just naturally want them to be at 100 one way or another, such as like probably like sneak, whatever gun skill I'm using, which was almost always small guns. Oh, anyway, what I was going to say is the tiny guns is now the Rat Slayer, the 22 silenced pistol, and the 22 silenced SMG if you wanted like something rapid fire. But if you were content, honestly, just Rat Slayer. I think Rat Slayer required a 2 strength, and the silenced 22 required like no strength, just 1 strength. So like you could actually roll like that. The only thing extra was I think there was even one of the brass knuckles, or one of the brass knuckle derivatives only required like 2 strength. I think most of them required 3, but I think there was one that only required, I think it was like the dog tags or something like that. Yeah, it only like required 2. So like you could literally get away with just having 1 strength, get your silence 22 from Chet at the store, because of course you're gonna steal it, because fuck paying for that, right? Get some weapon repair kits and get it working, right? But then yeah, hell yeah, dude, that thing hits hard. I mean, if your luck is like all the way up, and obviously you've got the oh shit, what is it? I don't remember if the professional works with, I think the professional works with like all pistols. Or all, I'm not really sure, I don't really remember. Anyway, but there's obviously like better criticals and whatever, and then in any ninja sneak related shit that stacks on that. And the 22, like, its critical modifier was ridiculous, but its base damage, if an enemy knew you were there, you might have to hit them 5 times to remove 1 single sliver of health. But if you hit them from absolute sneak, shit, you might one-shot some enemies. Yeah, that thing was crazy. But, I mean, that was, like, legitimately the ninja pistol. Like, that's literally what it was. I think the professional was, like, any pistol or submachine gun, if I remember right. I think it was like any. I don't know if it had to be silenced or not, but it seemed like that was the thing. I don't know. I'd have to go look. All right, let's kill this thing. Yeah, I've watched someone do the game with the BB gun too. The BB gun is actually very similar to the 22. No, Bethany, no! No! Damn, you didn't have to diss her like that. I mean, okay.
Nathaniel!
Can we say a little extra right there?
Can't we talk about this? No?
Fuck.
Get back! What a mess. You will fall! Aveline!
Probably couldn't heal again, right? Yeah. Okay, well, we still got 3 for now. That's just a lot of work to do.
Now you fall!
Yeah, it took too long to kill the ogre.
I'm exhausted.
That was kind of my fault. Oh, that was really 100% my fault. It's like, dude, you're playing. It's your fault. Yeah, that's probably true.
Need mana. I'm exhausted. I can't keep this up. I'm exhausted. Go down! Get back!
Damn, I need my mana to regenerate a little faster than that.
I'm exhausted. I can't keep this up. That's enough! Now you fall! Get back!
I hate kiting like this.
I can't keep this up.
Really, I think the challenge or the game within the game is not having to control anybody.
I can't keep this up.
At least as little as possible.
Now you fall! Bethany.
Well, that was a really
wake
bad
up.
example. I've gone through there with no
The battle's
knockouts.
over. We're
And
fine.
only using like 1 health potion.
I'm
But you
sorry,
got rid of the
mistress.
ogre real fast and everybody just
Your daughter is gone.
doing their thing.
No.
Usually it's when you have
These
Bethany
things will not take
there
Bethany.
and you're playing a warrior or a rogue, that can happen. Especially a rogue, because you can tear some shit down pretty quick. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, with his stomps. like kite him in there, draw him in there, bait him in, and then run at the last second. Yeah. Yeah, his charges, too. If you can get all the Darkspawn coming at you and line them up just right and just get somewhere, you run their ass over. Yeah.
Maybe we should grieve when we're safe.
Don't speak to me of grief. This is your fault. How could you let her charge off like that?
This is your fault.
Oh, my poor little girl. My sweetheart.
If we stand here weeping, the Darkspawn will take the rest of us too.
Allow me to commend your daughter's soul to the Maker, mistress. Ashes we were, and ashes we become. Maker, give this young woman a place at your side. Let us take comfort in the peace she has found in eternity.
Well, after a religious speech like that,
Forget
she's guaranteed a spot in heaven now. Sorry. I mean, I'm not disrespecting prayer, but sorry.
At least Father will have company now.
That was definitely one part of the rushed element of the game. Is
We're too
the
late.
Darkspawn were just cool as shit in Origins, and
Well, at least it's
they
not
really
boring.
needed to stay that way.
I will not die today!
Go down!
Should be it. I was about to say, man,
There's
you don't
no
have to
end
kill
to
that
them.
many of the archers. Alright, 1 second.
Well, well. What have we here? It used to be we never got visitors to the wilds, but now it seems they
You mentioned
arrive
doing
in
something
force.
with what was it, Keemstar? Right? I remember something. It's been some years ago, and you know, I mean, if you're popular enough to get hate, then well, you're gonna get hate, right? And the more public the hate, I guess, the more popular you are. You know, that type of bullshit. But yeah, Keemstar. Oh, it's not a Dragon Age game. Wings, that's not a Dragon Age game. You're talking about the Fail Guard? That woke piece of shit is just it's disgusting. It's not even a Dragon Age game. Like, there is no Dragon Age in it. But honestly, Inquisition is only like 10% Dragon Age. Like, the entire basis of Dragon Age is taken out of the game. Honestly, I wonder if maybe a video on that with just me on fucking camera just talking about that shit might, I don't know, bring some awareness, like real awareness to the shit that's always crying about awareness. No, bring some real awareness to the shit crying about awareness as being the actual problem. Like, that shit, you know what they did to Failguard is the same thing they did to Bud Light. It's the exact same fucking thing. I don't care who that offends, because it's true. Like, that's just that's it. That's it, that's all. It's just that simple. Yeah, I mean, what else do you say? Yeah, they threw all of it away. If you think about it, in Inquisition, there was no blood magic. It's vaguely referenced with that one mage that's sort of working for Corypheus, that's sort of whatever, and he's the bad guy, and he's annoying, and he's a whiny little bitch baby who's only badass because he thinks he's invincible, and, you know, this type of shit, right? Okay, cool, that makes him a whiny, annoying bad guy that you really want to kill because he deserves to die. Okay, I get that, but what they really did was they removed blood magic from the game. Now, if you know anything at all about Dragon Age, blood magic is the cause of everything. It's literally what made the first old god. It was like the first blood magic rituals. It's what enslaved the original elves and who knows who else, right? And they still worship that shit with their Valis lean bullshit and tattooing themselves with their blood ink. They're literally celebrating the thing they should be most ashamed of, which is their shackles. That's literally slave shackles. It's exactly what that is. It's not what it is now. Now it's just digging up old shit and wearing it and being mad about it, right? But what it actually was originally, very similar to Fenris's lyrium tattoos in this game. Kind of a different version of that. Imagine Valisleen without using actual blood magic, or like instilling pure lyrium as the tattoo instead of the blood. Although, like, I guess there's still kind of like some evil magic involved there anyway. But whatever. It was meant for mind domination, and apparently wasn't as effective as blood magic, because that's really what blood magic is. You don't get the power unless you deprive somebody else of their life, or yourself of your life, or both. Preferably both. The more innocent the victim, the better. Right? So, that was the source of everything. That's how an old god becomes an archdemon. Gets literally enough power to pull them out of the abyss, where they're banished forever, and brings them into the real world in their dragon form, yet corrupted. Okay, blood magic is, that's blood magic. And if you want to know how many sacrifices have to be made to perform a spell that powerful, go to the bone pit in this game. Go anywhere underground in this game. Go to any place where any of the magisters or any of their servants worship the old gods, and you'll even see like these Iron Maiden constructs with holes in them so the blood can leak out and pour and sacrifice and sacrifice and sacrifice, and you see just piles of skeletons and bones. That's how many sacrifices needed to be made to perform that one act that brought Dumont back from the abyss. Which you see the artifact that actually brought Dumont back from the abyss, probably the sacrificial dagger used to corrupt or pollute the Titan, which is a pure heart of lyrium, basically. And even corrupt the Guardian, because the Guardian comes back as the ancient rock wraith. That's the Guardian of the original Titan, which was sacrificed using blood magic, basically perverting creation enough to create an evil spell capable of bringing pure evil out of the abyss and into this world in physical form. Kind of like some resurrecting Satan bullshit or something, from old Hollywood movies. That type of shit. That blood magic was the start of everything. If you take that out of the fucking game, what game do you have left? Everything is based on that. The Darkspawn come from that. It's all about that. All the Templars are about is, there could be blood mages. And they never do their fucking job because most of them are corrupted, influenced, or led, or controlled by blood mages. So that'll never work. That's like a politician saying, I'm going to get rid of all these policies. You're controlled by the same spirit that created those policies in the first place. You just said that to get elected. You're just the same thing in a different shell, right? It's literally that. So, it's Hawk a blood mage in this game canon? I think so. Yeah, actually, I think so. And I'm not saying you can't use that for good. Actually, Malcolm Hawk used blood magic. He was forced to. If you go play the Legacy DLC, Malcolm Hawk was actually forced to use blood magic. Or else, because Mama Hawk was pregnant with the twins, which is Bethany and Carver. You're the older sibling. You're the firstborn. Whoever you are, you're the firstborn. And you have Malcolm Hawk's training. And if you want to know what that means, just look at Bethany and look at her responsibility. She's still a little subject to blood magic because she's heavily influenced by Anders throughout the game. If you're not playing a mage, right? So you've got that, but most mages are, to an extent. But yeah, Malcolm Hawk even had to use blood magic for good. That's how Corypheus was imprisoned in the first place. Malcolm Hawk was forced to sacrifice, and other wardens gave themselves up to be sacrificed willingly, right? And their spirits were bound in what eventually led to the prison that kept Corypheus imprisoned. And so what you do is basically go let him out. It's pretty much Hawk's fault, or Hawk Jr. It's pretty much Hawk Jr.'s fault that Corypheus gets out in the first place. Really, it's Varric's fault. But I mean, it's not like they knew. I mean, Varric and... Well, Varric... No, I seriously doubt Varric knew. But he could have been just as influenced as the rest of the dwarves, because dwarves are more susceptible to blood magic than anybody. Which is crazy. They're more resistant to natural magic, and which makes them twice as susceptible to blood magic. Because it's not natural. And perhaps dwarves are a result of some kind of magic, or maybe, who knows?
Impressive.
Yeah, but anyway.
Where'd you learn how to turn into a dragon?
Yeah, the threat was Mama Hawk was pregnant with the twins, and the wardens were going to murder them. Murder Mama Hawk and the twins in her belly if Malcolm Hawk didn't resort to whatever was necessary to imprison Corypheus. And in order to fight that fire, you had to use fire. And so a blood magic ritual was necessary to create that barrier, similar to the barrier that Meryl puts on Sundermount. Very similar to that barrier. Probably a lesser version of that spell, but the same idea. Anyway, you take all that out of the game, you don't have Dragon Age anymore. It's the exact same thing as taking the Reapers and Indoctrination, or just taking Indoctrination out of Mass Effect. What do you have left? Well, you've got Mass Effect Andromeda, which isn't even a Mass Effect game. They tried to shoehorn it, and that was a disaster. Is that a good example? It's the exact same fucking thing. Like, the exact same thing from the same people. So, although they weren't near as far gone, and I mean, they were pretty far out there. I mean, they had intentionally put their straws into the sewer pipe and started sucking the shit on purpose back then, but not near as bad as Failguard. Like, that is such a deviation. Isn't the root word of that deviant? Yeah, it's such a deviation from anything Dragon Age. I mean, but I don't know, how could BioWare not see that that's where they were going? Because that was their politics. That was their policy. That was their agenda all along. If you read any tweet since Twitter existed that BioWare ever put out, it was all about that type of shit. If it was normal, they hated it. If it was perverted, they loved it. They promoted it, they supported it, and if you didn't, then you're supposed to feel bad about yourself because you believed in right and you didn't like wrong. They were always about that, so, I mean, they had to end up that way. And now the studio's like somebody farted really, really loud and really, really badly. In the dead middle of the studio, now everybody's gone. And then everybody who's left, they're gone too, and whoever they were replaced with, now they're gone too. I'm guessing they'll resort to phone games out from under EA's umbrella. That's what's next for them? Is that too far a projection? We'll see. I always kind of like the idea of the anti-hero. I think that's very Dragon Age canon, at least through the first two games. Very much so the anti-hero. Like, even the Warden can be a complete fucking dick. You know, you murder all the surviving elves, and then you let the werewolves take over, and everything goes to shit, and you're just ruthless as fuck, but the bottom line is you got the job done. That's what history remembers, right? You know, and so being the anti-hero, like being a blood mage who used blood magic for good, just to kill all the blood mages, because you got to fight fire with fire, somebody's got to do it. You know, that type of thing. I kind of dig that. I kind of like that, and all the gray areas in between. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, that's cool to me. That doesn't not fit with the whole blood magic is responsible for everything wrong thing. I mean, shit. You can use a nuclear bomb for two reasons. One, kill a bunch of innocent people for the intent of killing a bunch of innocent people, or B, to kill a bunch of innocent people because, well, they make up a community of really, really bad people. I guess it depends on your definition of good and bad, but I think there's well, I mean, the line's pretty muddy now, but there used to be a pretty clear line of right and wrong. You know, back in the day, wasn't that long ago. I mean, child molestation was bad. Not that long ago. You know, pedos needed to be beat the fuck up and executed, and nobody would really, they'd just turn a blind eye to it because that's what you're supposed to do. Nowadays, you're supposed to like allow it and support it and let it happen in the middle of your street, and if you say anything about it, then you go to jail. What the fuck is wrong with this picture? That's kind of where we're at. But there was a time where there was a defining line between right and wrong. Wasn't that long ago?
You could show me that trick of yours. That looks useful.
I dare say it is. Such a clever tongue for a mage. Tell me, clever child, how do you intend to outrun the Blight?
I
We're
love
going
this.
to Kirkwall, in the free marches.
How about the deep roads?
Kirkwall.
I hear they're empty now.
That is quite the voyage.
I love that.
Plan. So far, simply to flee the Darkspawn.
Any better suggestions? I hear the deep roads are vacant now.
Oh, you I like. Hurtled into the chaos you fight, and the world will shake before
Yeah,
you.
say wings. One really amazing thing here in this game, it's why do I keep coming back to it and back to it and back to it and back to it? Dude, you got to be tired of it. No, there's this game within the game, and it's getting your tactics set to where
It
you
appears
pretty
fortune
much
smiles on us both
account
today.
for
I may be able to
any
help you
circumstance
yet.
in the game, and you have a party makeup where all of your strengths are all of your weaknesses are basically made up for by somebody else's strength type thing. Like your tank really is a tank. So it's like, imagine like if you're really like if you're a huge like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy 14 or any MMO player, pretty much any good one anyway, right? ESO, any of those. And you go in and you've got your tank class, and you've got your DPS, and you could have like 2 support, 1 DPS, 1 tank, 2 DPS, 1 support. Your support better be on top of their game. Your tank better be tanky as fuck, but your DPS is going to clear everything 50% faster, right? So it depends on your makeup, right? So you go in there like that, and if everybody's doing their job. So if you imagine you're in a situation like that, but the companions you have in a particular anything, a dungeon or just doing whatever you're doing, right? An instance or whatever. If you can program that for your companions to do what they need to do when they need to do it, counting in all your your resource, your cooldowns. Your cooldowns are a huge thing in this. Cooldowns are much more important here than they were in Origins. In Origins, the balance was not really dependent on cooldowns, and it wasn't as much of a DPS race. Here the game is much more about speed, it's much more about a DPS race, and so the game is like hyper fast. And if you slow it down with a lot of tactical maneuvers, I'm not saying it's not doable, but it becomes tedious and boring because it's not a true isometric turn-based game. It's a third-person, open-world, 3D action game, RPG, and an actual real RPG, where you can't have all the points. You got to plot out your points down to the point, and figure out exactly how many times you're going to level, and figure out what you're going to do with each particular quest that involves talent points and stuff, and think about, can I do without this or not? That type of shit, right? So like, just like, well, Origins, they raised the level cap with DLC, of course. Honestly, I mean, they give you another talent bar, but if they raise the level cap by 5 or 10 points or even 5 points, but they only give you 4 more talents, and I mean, you still run out of shit to put your points in. I mean, like an optimal build in Dragon Age Origins only requires like about level, I think Blood Magic is the highest requirement, and Blood Mage in Origins gets you to about level between 18 and 20 to get literally everything you could possibly use. Anything after that is a waste. I mean, you just level for attribute points, and by then you're adding almost nothing to your damage. I mean, you add like a point of damage every 2 or 3 levels, some shit like that, and you're dumping everything into magic. I think it's like 5.5 points for 1 point of damage. That's whatever. It's minimal at best.
Anything you could do for us would be appreciated.
Yeah, but anyway, your tactics in this game, in Origins, it works the same in Origins. You can take the principles of this game and go back to Origins and double the enjoyment and immersive character building and story experience in Origins using this exact same principle from Dragon Age 2. It works there too.
I offer you this. I will get your group past the Horde in exchange for a simple delivery to a place not far out of your way. Would you do this for a Witch of the Wilds?
Roast a few more Darkspawn? I'll do anything you want.
Sadly, my charity is at an end. There is a clan of Dalish elves near the city of Kirkwall. Deliver this amulet to their keeper, Marathari. Do as she asks with it, and any debt between us is paid in full. Before I take you anywhere, however, there is another matter.
You see Flemeth here? She could turn into a dragon at will. She basically could
leave him alone.
in her fleshly
What has been
form.
done to your man?
But
is
here,
within his blood
I don't
already.
think she's in her fleshy
You
form.
lie.
She's right, Aveline. I can feel the corruption inside.
I'm not saying she's like an apparition necessarily, but I think Flemeth here is a lot like Cole was in Inquisition. Like, not a demon, although some would call her that. I mean, hell, even Vivian calls Cole a demon. No, not exactly. Human in all regards, which you would say Flemeth here is too. Cole, well, he didn't turn into a dragon, but he did his little fucking disappearing act and went into the ether and could actually just transfer himself into your mind and make you forget him. Kind of like a spirit. So still partially spirit. Although Cole was not an old god. Apparently Flemeth is, or something very close to that. So Flemeth might be... Well, I mean, even Corypheus couldn't turn himself into a dragon. So I would say he was just a priest, a really loyal tool. I mean, follower. Tool. No, I mean tool, yeah.
This corruption is the permanent sort, I take it.
But think about it, she obviously looks a whole lot different, but she looks
And they all
pretty-
died at Ostagar.
pretty dignified here.
Not
Like,
all, but the
there's a whole lot of
last
shit
are
going
now
on here that you did not see in the Kakari Wilds when she was representing some innocent old woman. It was definitely her,
Aveline.
but
listen
that was
to me.
her
You can't ask me.
fleshly sack,
I won't.
which I'm guessing either Flemeth
Corruption
dies
is a slow
from
death.
the blight, natural causes, or you kill her yourself, which you can do in Origins. Just like, and that brings up another thing. What's her face? Leliana shows up at the end of Dragon Age 2, and in Inquisition, obviously being one of your key counselors, even though everything she counsels is against you the entire fucking time. It's pro-Envy Demon, pro-Corypheus, whatever. Not necessarily pro-Corypheus, but it's because I don't think Dumat takes Corypheus very seriously. Corypheus is as much of an annoyance as you are, as the Inquisitor. Dumat feels betrayed. Hey, evil doesn't give a fuck. Evil really doesn't care. You think woke people keep contracts with each other and actually keep their word? What's the divorce rate amongst woke people? Evil people. What's the divorce rate? You know what? Marriage probably isn't even an option because they don't even bother anymore. A, it feels like work. B, let's fuck and then murder our baby while it's in our womb. That's what we do. Right? So, seriously, as far as Corypheus thinking that Dumat is going to save him, yeah, no, Satan is not saving you if you think you worship him. You're just a fool to him. A tool. Or maybe not even a tool. Maybe you're just an annoyance. And you just think you're important because, well, you're satanic yourself. And you're full of yourself, and pride becomes before the fall. Pride, you know what? I think we need this statement right here. Pride comes before the fall. Pride. God gave you a rainbow as a promise. Any other rainbow is a false promise. And if you're proud of something that you should be ashamed of, you're going to fall. I'll just leave it there. And that's a fact. It'll be the crash heard around the world.
He's your husband, Ebony. I can't decide his fate.
It's amazing how this game brings up all these things, though. It's fantastic.
My love.
Absolutely fantastic. But they sacrificed, they forfeited all of this. Most of it in Inquisition, about 90% of it in Inquisition, and whatever was left, even if they redeemed it 100%, it would still be dead in Failguard. It's not a Dragon Age game. This is the perfect time to talk about that, too, because this, I think, this is easily... It's not Origins. Doesn't mean it's worse than or better than Origins. I like it better than
Without
Origins
an
personally.
end, there can be no...
But not much. I mean, some.
It gets
I like Fallout
no
3 better than New
easier.
Vegas.
Your struggles have
But there's
only
things about New
just
Vegas which are much better than Fallout 3.
Flemeth,
I'm not biased about it.
that might interest you.
I just like it better.
you expect me
Wish I could get a
to believe
remaster of
a
both
myth
on the same
swooped out
engine.
of the wild to save the
A Tale
child.
of Two Wastelands remaster
Oh, come now,
of Fallout
Zeke.
3 in New
Do
Vegas.
I need to recite the
Oh,
tale
you got
of
me.
the warden as
Take
well?
my money.
No.
I'll pay $200 for
Perhaps
that.
I shouldn't be surprised to
I would
hear
pay
of her
$200 for that.
involvement.
I like
Do it.
my
Let the
version better
same
too.
people that remastered Oblivion do it too.
What else aren't you telling
Let those
me
people
then?
do it.
Did she send someone
Gangster as
with
shit.
the champion?
In a
That'd
matter
be
of speaking.
some of the best shit you ever played in your
So
life.
it's true.
Imagine putting the
Continue.
best of both worlds,
But if you tell me
all
they
the
all flew
leveling-
to Kirkwall on a dragon,
and you
Nothing
get a
so
new
fanciful, I assure you.
fluid shooting combat
The witch
system.
kept her word and got
First
them
and
to
third
Dwarven,
person,
where they took
right?
ship.
I'll probably a little bit more like Fallout 4.
They
That's the
sailed
only
north
thing Fallout
across the
4 did
raging
right.
sea lashed by
Like literally
terrible
the
storms.
only thing. Well, I don't know. Base building was pretty cool. I'm not
2
gonna lie.
weeks they spent in that dark
Because I see why
hole.
people play Minecraft,
Packed
but
in.
I'd much
The
rather play
fearful and the
Fallout 4
desperate.
base building all day long, which is what I did. If I played
And
a
they
100-hour
sought
playthrough
Kirkwall,
of Fallout 4,
the city of
93 of it
chains.
was spent base building. The
Long
other
ago, it was part
6
of
or
the
7
Imperium.
hours was out
Slaves coming
getting
from
my
far
character
and
to a
wide
certain
work
level
the
to
quarries.
pretend like this shit was an RPG, which it wasn't. I mean,
Now,
well, yeah,
it's a
no, it
free
really wasn't.
city, but I use the word loosely.
It really actually wasn't.
Sail through those black cliffs and you'll see what the
Oh, well.
slaves of old saw. The gallows, welcoming you.
Well, I can refill again. So I hope
That's where
everybody's
their ship
weekend is
landed.
going friggin'
All the
amazing.
rest.
It's not like super late here. I guess it's Saturday where most of you guys are at. Yeah, it should still be damn near Saturday everywhere. Okay, let me go refill. Because it's that time. Hey, T, what's up, man?
They're not letting anyone into the city.
What? That can't be.
It's true. Look at them all.
Are we really surprised? Everyone's fleeing the Blight. Just as we are.
And they would throw us all back to the wolves. Unbelievable.
Sorry, have all my work uniforms were in the washer. Hey man, I just cleaned out my dryer filter and I found a quarter stuck somehow in my dryer filter. It's like a vertical one. Okay, so this is like if you imagine like if you go to a laundromat, one of their dryers, like, you know, yay big, and you can put like a shit ton of stuff in there. Imagine that about like 1/3 size. you know, a little thing like this, where, like, you know, like half a load or a quarter load of laundry or whatever, right? So got this little washer and little dryer. The dryer's gangster. I mean, it works, but it's got that little filter right when you open the door, the big circular heavy door, right? Dude, it's just like that. It's just miniature. So it's really kind of cool. Anyway, so the filter's like right there at the door. You pull it up, and you know, it's got all the gunk in it. It had a freaking quarter in it. Apparently, I dried something with a quarter in the pocket or something. But anyway, so now I'm literally 25% richer. Drop that in the piggy jar.
I'm only surprised they let us dock.
We need to find Gamlen. Our family has always been highly regarded in Kirkwall. He can do something, I'm sure of it.
Let's hope he received your letter.
The guards seem to be reporting to that man. Perhaps we should speak to him.
Get back to the crowd, you lot. Trying to bully your way
Yeah,
through won't
nice,
get
right?
you into Kirkwall
Yeah.
any faster.
But you do intend to let
Hey, man,
us in.
on the way back from
We
work, I
have
stopped at
enough
Circle
war
K.
of our own in the free marches. We don't need
Convenience
you
store,
refugees
and,
piling up here like a middens heap.
The dude gave me like 14 cents change or something like that. So I said, well, here, keep the pennies, because somebody will need the pennies, right? You just leave the pennies, right? He said, dude, after these pennies, we're not going to have any more. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, after, like, at the end of 2025, here pretty soon, we're not sure how it's going to work, but no more pennies. I don't know if, I mean, this, he said it was like, you know, some like Federal Reserve type shit. No more pennies. Any of you guys heard anything like that? I'm like, okay, well, how are you going to get that to work? Because clerks, I'm not saying they're stupid. I'm just saying a lot of them that are cashiers can't math. So, like, they don't know how much change to give on a dollar if something costs 80 cents. They literally can't figure that out. I've run into that a lot. Like, they can't figure out that it's 20 cents. If something costs 80 cents and you give them a dollar, they don't know what the change is. They have to, like, I mean, sometimes they'll give you, like, 2 nickels and 10 pennies back. 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then they have to, like manually count it out. They can't drop 20 cents from 80 cents in a dollar. They literally can't. And I mean, God bless them. I mean, you know, I mean, if you can't, you can't. But I'm just saying. So how are you going to round up and round down? Like, if something costs 98 cents, I just got to give you a dollar? If something costs 97 cents, you got to give me back a nickel? That's how math works. So, and the advantage is to the rounding up. 98, 99, 100 is the advantage. 97, 96, 90, 95 is 95. So, like, the advantage is to the rounding up. It's like a half penny from every person in the world on pennies. And if you've got how many billions of people in the world? I mean, I guess just in the U.S., I guess you've got what? We got what, about 350 million now? No, probably a little over 400 million with the illegals they let in over the last 4 years. So, and they're going to come with cash most of the time, so they're going to be losing their pennies. How many Karens are going to start screaming about that? If that's a thing. He says, we will not get any more pennies. What I have in my drawer and what we have in our safe for pennies will be given and whatever, and when we run out, we're not getting any more. That's what he told me tonight. I don't know if it's bullshit. That's why I'm asking if any of you have heard anything. Literally, this is global shit from the mouth of some dude that I see 2 or 3 times a week at Circle K. I'm not kidding. That's literally what this is. But I'm telling you what he told me. So I'm like, well, now you got like 3 or 4 more pennies, I guess, than you had. So you can still make change for a while, but I don't know. I guess if it's 96 cents on a dollar, you just don't get your 4 pennies back. Honestly, if I give you $1 for something that's 96 cents, I just say keep it for the next guy. That's literally what I tell you. But now that you're saying I can't have it, that, okay, well, it costs 96 cents, you got to give me $1. Because apparently nickels are still a thing, but pennies aren't. Y'all tell me what you think about that. That's literally what he told me. And I said, well, I heard that was coming a couple years ago. Not a couple years ago, but like 6, 7, 8 years ago. Maybe even longer, maybe 10 years ago. I don't know. It was a long time ago I heard the same thing. I didn't see it happen, and I still see pennies. I mean, pennies are completely useless. They're not even a fraction of $1. Like, a penny is like 1/100th of a... No, it's 1/1000th of $1 when it comes down to it. With inflation and all the other stuff. I mean, I mean, I get it. But, I mean... Unless you're going to count to 100 by fives, you're still taking the math out of it. And you know what's kind of hypocritical about all this shit? If that's actually a thing, I mean, I would think that would be like global or at least international news, right? You'd think it would be. Well, we're doing away with pennies. I mean, if you're doing it on the sly, then that sounds like some conspiracy shit. If you're not doing it on the sly, then, well, I guess this is just bullshit because it's just one clerk at a fucking Circle K. But apparently he was told he's not getting any more pennies and they just have to work out the change the best that they can. That doesn't sound like a plan to me. So it kind of sounds like bullshit, but I'm just passing along exactly what he told me, and I was just thinking, how could you actually make that work? If you know how to math, you can make it work. Rounding up, you'll get an extra half penny on the dollar in general. Rounding up. I can say that. And you will. You'll get an extra half penny on the dollar. And especially if you key your prices a particular way. To always come out to like 8. To always round up to 8 with the tax. So you start seeing like weird prices like $1.68 instead of like $1.69 or $1.75 or whatever. Yeah, you see like $1.70, no, $1.81. Whoever bought anything for $1.81, you'll see some shit like that. That's what would happen because they would calculate the prices to get that extra half penny based on the local tax regulations, you know, state, local tax, city tax, whatever. So, anyway.
There must be someone in charge I can speak with.
Copper value is higher than pennies. Absolutely.
Story.
If you take 10 pennies and melt it down into copper, I believe you can sell it for more than 10 cents.
Climbing the walls.
True story. No, that's definitely a true story. My dad is good point. My dad's been in AC, and you know how many fucking pennies you can regenerate from the American economy across the country? I mean, fuck any other country. We're just talking about America itself. You know how many pennies are out there? And they've got to, and there's people with mason jars or those big ass, I don't even, what 15, 25 gallon things, you know, milk jugs and shit like that, full of like literally just pennies. A penny jar. Penny jar isn't just some made up shit. Penny jar is something that's been going on since like before the Depression. Probably since the beginning of time, to be honest. So, yeah, you might have enough copper in your penny jar that you might just want to just go secretly melt that shit down and just go sell it as a lump of copper. And they ask you where you got it. And you said, a bunch of Freon lines from air conditioners. Yeah, I just melted it down myself. Here you go. That's what you would tell them, of course, because destroying federal money is I think that's like some that's either some Secret Service or some TABC. Not TABC, but ATF. It's either ATF or Secret Service shit. If you destroy money, I mean, it's a really vague, obscure laws involved in that, but there is something to be said for that.
If she wasn't with us, I don't think we'd be here.
But you seem quite skilled as well.
I'm not. My sister.
Yeah, pennies are not worth making anymore. I mean, what would you make them out of now? I say just make them out of something else. If the value of copper is higher than the penny itself, I mean, that happened with they couldn't make silver dollars anymore because the silver was worth more than $1, no matter how much they put into it. So, or it was so unprofitable, or it was so just evenly balanced, which, I mean, they're so adamant about getting away from the silver. They got away from the gold standard, then they got away from the silver standard. That's why Kennedy was assassinated, because he said, fuck that. That's really, really bad for everybody, and it is, and it always has been, and we have what we have today because of that. But yeah, Kennedy rejected the silver standard. Said, no, I'm not passing that shit. Bam! Shouldn't have taken that car ride in Dallas, unprotected by your Secret Service that were told to lie low and be discreet.
Let us through, you flaming blighter. We're not staying
just
in this
saying.
pit.
Then get back on your ship and leave. Kirkwall has no more room for refugees.
The ship's already gone. We've paid good coin to get here.
You and half of Ferelden. There's nothing I can do. The city is full.
So now it's not the gold standard. It's not the silver standard. It's not even the it's now the copper standard. It's seriously. I mean, when did these motherfuckers quit? Like, do they have no shame? No, they actually don't. They have no shame to their game.
Surely there's a bit of
I mean, think about it.
Pretty people.
I mean, it's in your
I find
face.
keeping my neck away from Knight Commander Meredith
You can't
Grey
not see
far
that.
more attractive than any of you. We've been letting you Fereldans in for months.
Anyway,
You're too
I'm not
late.
saying it's a thing,
There's
but
no more
that
room.
is something I heard tonight, and
But we've
I
got
thought it was
family
interesting.
here.
And I'm like,
I've
if
heard
that's
praise
true,
like
I'm
that
not surprised.
1,000 times already. Trust me. We'll find
And the
some
copper
ships to
value,
take
like you
all
say,
back
that's-
to Ferelden eventually. Until then, you stay here.
If you find our uncle, Gamlin Amel, you might just have a few less refugees bothering you.
Gamlin? I know that name. He's a nobleman here in the city. Our family has an estate. A nobleman?
Used
The
to have
only
an
Gamlin
estate.
I know is a weasel who
I
couldn't rub two
don't think we got an
coppers together.
estate anymore, y'all.
He comes back, I'll bring you to him. But I don't
And
have
y'all
time
hating on
to-
Gamlin?
What? You gonna let them through?
I didn't say anything about...
We've been here for 4 days. They just got
Yeah,
here.
dollar coins. My mom has a
That's
collection
it.
of silver dollars
We're
from,
carving our
God,
way
I don't
out
even
of
know
here.
how old they are.
Men?
And I've got a $2 bill. I got it as a tip from somebody, actually.
That's enough! Let's finish this! There!
Unbelievable. I let the archers live too long.
Unbelievable.
That was my fault.
Captain,
You're right.
Yeah, they don't print $2 bills. You can find them.
No thanks to
You can definitely find them. I know people that collect them.
Find them. I want this kept under control. You have my thanks.
Along with silver dollars and all
I can't get
that.
you into the city. It's not
When,
my
when
decision.
I was a kid,
But I'll find you.
I remember going to Las Vegas. One time, my mom was just getting away for the weekend, and she drugged me along because she couldn't afford a babysitter, and she just wanted to just get away. And I spent the weekend at Circus playing pinball and watching like trapeze artists 3 stories high in the middle of Circus. That's how it was. This was like around 1970. I guess I'm going to date myself, but it was about 76, 77. Pinball was my shit. Pinball and skateboarding. That's all I cared about. And if you won on a slot machine were quarters and dollars. And you could get silver dollars
Let me say up front, I wasn't
to play with, and you could get quarters to play with, right? Obviously.
Dead.
I remember my mom was getting married,
Be Ferelden for life.
remarried, whatever, and my aunt.
Too late.
Well, she was actually my cousin.
My darling Bethany didn't make
My mom's cousin, which made her a distant cousin, but I called her aunt because she was the same age as my mom, and she was always Aunt Tina to me.
Here. I don't
And
even know if I can
know,
help you get in.
we were buds anyway. I said, well, I can't gamble because I'm like 7, but I think that slot machine is calling to me, so here's my quarter. I won $5. I won $5 on that quarter on one pull. Ding, 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 ding. And I'm like, oh, yes. I think I remember asking my aunt, like, do you want some of this? And she's like, no, that's all you, man. That's all you. You know how many hours of pinball I can get out of $5 in quarters in 1970 something? Shit. I didn't even have to ask my mom for any money. It's like, no, I got this. I can play. Dude, man, I was so gangster at pinball. I could tell you a story, like literally a story. In my hometown of Santa Barbara, this is actually a story. I'm gonna tell you all a story for a second. In my hometown of Santa Barbara, there was a skateboard park, and that was my babysitter. That's just where I would go. I'd get picked up from school, dropped off there, and I could stay there till shit the sun went down. I didn't give a shit. I was totally cool with that. I'd skateboard. They had a bowl, they had a half pipe, they had a large snake, they had a small snake, they had a little freestyle, and this was in the 70s. This was when like Tony Alva and Powell and Peralta and all them. This is when they were doing their thing. Like this was that golden age. Like seriously. I mean, I sucked. I mean, I do have a trophy for skateboarding, but I still sucked. I know that. Like, I couldn't grab, like, big air and do all this shit that, like, the 17 and 18-year-olds were doing, because I was, like, 7 and 8, not 17 and 18, right? I mean, when you're, like 19 feet up on a vertical wall in a fucking bowl, and you want to put your skateboard up above your head, and the only thing below you is, like, cement, yeah, at some point, common sense takes over, and you're like, I'm just not this coordinated. But I would still skate in there. I would still try. And all the older kids there, they saw me there all the time. I was there 3, 4, 5 days a week. Like, literally. I had like, season passes to this place. I could go play miniature golf, but I didn't play miniature golf. What I did was I skated, and then I would go inside, and I would go get a slushie, and then I would go find a pinball machine and play that pinball machine for fucking ever. And when I say forever, there was a pinball machine, and you can go look it up right now. I know you can find it on Google. It's called Stingray. I could flip the fucking credits on one quarter. I could flip the credits on that game. I literally could. I believe the credits on at least that particular machine at that arcade was 49. So I could get it up to 49, which means you had 49 games to play. I could pop that shit up to 49 and then sell it. And I'd sell it for like $4 or $5. Which is only like, I don't know, what, 16, 20 credits? On a 49 credit game? I did that a couple times. Yeah, just sold my credits. Here, I'll just give you all of this for this. And then go get a fucking slushie and maybe go play something else. And you know what all they had in video games? I'm not lying. This is all they had. They had Asteroids, Pong, of course, tabletop football, which is where you had O's and they had X's, and you had a roller ball, and you could run or pass pretty much, or something else. They had, I'm pretty sure they had 3 buttons. I don't remember what they all did. Anyway, you would be on offense, and then you'd be on defense and whatever, and you'd run, you'd scroll to the ball carrier, or you'd run the ball this way, or you'd, you know, pass the ball that way and then run some more. And dude, that roller ball was tearing your fucking hands up. I'm not lying. Like, it would take chunks out of your fingers and shit, and you were like, I don't care. This is the most amazing shit ever. And the person on the other side is like, and then they're going left-handed because their right-handed is fucking bleeding and shit. And it was the best video game ever. Anyway, so you had Asteroids, you had tabletop football, you had Pong, you had Space Invaders. I think that was, I'm not gonna say that was it, but that was pretty much it. And then you had pinball machines, and you had something called giant pinball machines, where the flippers were probably about 4 inches long, and they would move out a lot, right, depending on what you did. And so, and the ball was, I don't know, about the size of a croquet ball. If you ever played croquet, if you know what I'm talking about, something like that. Bigger than a tennis ball. It was a little bit bigger than a tennis ball. And it was like a clay ball, and it would roll, and you had these huge fucking bumpers, and the machine, like, I'm like, dude, I'm still pretty big for my age at, 7, 8 years old. But I gotta go find a little step stool, and they had step stools in arcades, by the way. They had step stools. So if you were a little kid trying to kick some fucking ass on some pinball, they would give you a step stool that was about a foot high. It had like a 6-inch step and then a foot step, right? And I had to like go like this, and the buttons were like this big on the side of the pinball machine. And there was one, it was like Hercules. There was another one, it was I forget what it was called. Anyway, so they like had themes, right? And then the other pinball machine that I could wreck shit on was Gorgon. Go look it up. Just go Google it. Gorgon. That's exactly what it was called. And when you hit a bonus, it would say Gorgon. And this fucking dude up on the backsplash of the pinball machine, fucking eyes would light up and shit, and then, you know, everything would freak out and turn all dark and red and all nasty and shit, and then balls would come out everywhere, and you'd freak out for a little bit. You know, it was amazing. It was just fucking amazing. But Stingray, that pinball machine, I could flip the credits at will. And so, anyway, so the whole point of the story was I got into this contest, and the stakes were a gift card to the pro shop, which had, like, you know, fucking grip tape for the top of your skateboard, and side rails, and, you know, truck guards, and wheels, and bearings, and all this bullshit, right? And really good skate shop there. Like, I mean, that was like you had the skate shop, and then you had the snack bar, slushies, hot dogs, nachos, and fucking skateboard shit. And then, you know, they even had decks and trucks and all that stuff, right? And yeah, that was like literally at stake. Hold on a second, I'm gonna refill. I gotta tell the rest of the story. So keep this in mind. At this skate park, hey, what's up, Joey? What's going on, man? At this skate park, so just prior or somewhere around this time, I think it came before this. Anyway, they had a skateboard tournament, whatever you want to call it, contest, and I got third place out of 3 entries. But the 2 dudes in front of me were always there, and they kind of looked out for me like, little bro. I mean, like, literally. Like, I didn't know this at the time, but my mom tells me later, and I thought this was pretty cool. She got with the older kids, and she said, look out for my boy. If there's any problems, call me. This is my work number. This is my home number. Like, you know, that type of thing, right? There was no cell phones back then. So let's just get our heads out of this bullshit these days. So anyway, it was that type of thing. So these are like my, not babysitters really, but they just looked out for me. And, you know, like if I ever got hurt, which I didn't, but if I did, like seriously hurt, I mean, I scraped knees and elbows, banged my head a couple times, but I mean, like nothing broken. But if anything serious happened, she'd be the first to know. And these dudes were like there every day. I mean, these were like, okay, let's put it this way. In Santa Barbara, California, the Peralta, not the Powell Peralta, but the Peralta skateboard shop was, I believe, there at the time in Santa Barbara. Like this was, remember, I mean, California was skater central in the 70s. You can go just, I mean, it's fascinating history if you're into that culture. I mean, now we have X Games, but back then, you know, anyway, Santa Cruz was like, I mean, like I think that was the Mecca. Santa Cruz, California was the Mecca, but Santa Barbara, they had their share of shit. Anyway, so I was a pinball wizard at the time. Let me finish my story. So I get third place out of 3, but the 2 dudes ahead of me, their combined age was over 5 times my age. Like it was like 19, 17, and like 7. But I'm not trying to hear that shit. I'm gonna go in there. My board was legit too. You can go look this shit up. A Powell Peralta Beamer, limited edition. I don't even know if they made 200 of these boards. A Powell Peralta Beamer. So it was a wide deck. It just had a beautiful fucking shape. It was I think it was 13 ply, wide deck, more wide in the front. This like double kick shit now for a lot of that, you know, the tricks and stuff now, that wasn't really the thing back then. Longboards were coming in and then they went out. They were just for slaloms. But like a street deck, the Beamer was like the best. Let's put it this way. Once I moved to Texas and there were no skateboard parks anywhere, so that got removed from my life. And I hated Texas for it because I was a little spoiled bitch brat, I think. Just a little whiny baby. I hated Texas for that. But I had that was a 1-ton truck run straight over the middle of my fucking board because it was out in the driveway. And the dick sucker that did it, well, he's not around anymore. The same motherfucker that my mom married. Yeah, he's not around anymore because he's a piece of shit. Anyway, ran over a 1-ton truck ran over the middle of my board. It didn't even fucking snap. It didn't even fucking crack. But there was no way to ride it. There was just nowhere to ride it, just along the sidewalk in the street. And I mean, I guess you can make up some shit, but I don't know. I just like parks. I really like skateboard parks. Anyway, so I won third place out of 3 contestants. If there was a third contestant, I wouldn't have gotten a trophy. If I'd have been the 4th contestant, I probably wouldn't have gotten a trophy. But I was 7 years old, and I was gangster about that shit. I was feeling that, and like, you know, I mean, like literally, the 2 older guys were like, "Yeah, man," you know, and it was like all high fives and fucking hang 10 and you know and all this bullshit, right? It was really cool. So, probably the brightest spot of my childhood. Period. Anyway, somewhere around that time, they have a pinball tournament. Oh, I've got to be there. So I remember my mom and one of her friends from work. He was just a buddy of hers, and he was like super cool. His name was what was his name? One of her friends his name was Dave, and he was a computer genius, and at the time, and he actually designed a game called Adventure, and it was my first access to an RPG, and it was all script, right? It was like you've got a tunnel, and then you can go left, right, or straight ahead. You can go north, east, or west type of thing, and whatever you picked, you might find a dwarf. And if you had the weapon that you were supposed to have gotten already, you could kill the dwarf, and he would go up in a cloud of greasy smoke. That's literally what it said, right? And this was back in floppy disks. I'm not kidding. I don't dial-up didn't exist yet, as far as I know. I don't believe it did. This is around 77, 78, something like that. And so I was game testing this. So, if I wasn't at the skate park, I was with my mom at work, and she's in this office, and what they're doing is they're translating physical files to floppy disk for a mental institution. Literally, a psychiatric hospital, right? So they're doing this, and so this guy Dave, on his, on the side, he's like creating this computer game, and it was like the first RPG ever made, as far as I know. I mean, maybe not, but I thought it was cool. Anyway, so I got to sit there and game test that shit for hours. So I'm on the computer, and remember, computers are only like, I don't know, like just a couple years old at this time. And I'm like playing through this game, and I'm like, it seems like there's an unpassable point over here. Like, I just can't get past it. Is there a thing? And he's like, no, actually, really? Oh, okay. And he'd go in and do some shit, and then I was game testing for him. I didn't know this at the time. Anyway, looking back on it, that's exactly what it was. I doubt, did that game ever become a thing? No, I as far as I know, it didn't. I don't think this was the core of Oblivion, which is like my favorite game later in years, right? But anyway, so that was a thing. But so it wasn't Dave. I think it was Phil. There was Dave, and there was Phil, and then there was another guy. And Phil was a sound geek. So if you went to Phil's apartment, which we did once, my mom took me to Phil's apartment, and Phil's apartment had taped X's on the floor where you needed to sit based on the equalization and the settings in his sound system. And remember, everything was analog in these days. There was nothing digital. Everything was vinyl or 8-track, and everything was analog speakers and set up in equalizers that were all analog, right? And he had certain places to sit based on certain EQ settings with certain, like he'd pretty much gone through like all of his albums and spaced the wooden floor in his fucking apartment to where you needed to sit to hear the exact musical tone that you were supposed to get from like a specific album. When I say fucking music nerd, I'm not kidding. Like, this dude had all this shit. And so he's like, well, what do you like? And I said, I like Gary Newman, Cars. I like the Cars. If you got the Cars, that's cool. But if you got Gary Newman Cars, it's really going down. So he puts that up, and he puts me in a specific spot on the floor, and this shit is like 3D sound. And dude, he's got like 19 speakers in his apartment. And this entire entertainment wall of sound stuff. And remember, this is the 70s. This shit was just starting to ramp up, right? So anyway, so Phil was there. Phil was there with my mom that night. I know he was. And Phil was just like the sound nerd, but he liked video games too. And, well, so did Phil. But anyway, whatever. Or so did Dave. Sorry. Dave liked video games too. Like, Dave was definitely more into video games. Anyway, I'm pretty sure Phil was there. It doesn't really matter. The bottom line is, I get into this pinball tournament. And, I don't remember how many games I had to win to get to this point where it was basically down to me and this like 40-something-year-old guy. This is a true story. A 40-something-year-old guy. And guess what? Guess what machine we're on? We're on the fucking Stingray machine. Bitch, I can flip these credits. I can flip the credits. I can max the credits out to where they don't go up anymore on one ball if I want to. But you would have to like flip the score, and I don't remember if the score was a million or 10 million. I'm pretty sure the score was 1 million on this one. Anyway, and I just had to beat this guy's score. But you got to play. I don't remember if it was 3 balls or 5 balls. Remember, this is like almost 5 decades ago. But I do remember this. I played 1 ball, and I got the score to where I almost flipped it, and then I drained the ball. Because it wasn't about credits, it was about the score. I could flip that score 50 times at will if I wanted to on 1 ball. But no, I'm just going to just get it almost there. I'm going to get that shit as close to like 9999, 9990 if I can, right? And I did. I got it as close as I could, and I said, all right, that's cool. I literally let the ball sink, and I had my little fucking step stool there so I could be comfortable, right? I literally had my step stool, and I pulled my step stool, and I said, okay, your turn. Dude, he fucking left. Like, he literally quit. I played 1 ball, and he fucking quit. You know how gangster I felt at that particular moment? I'm like the most gangster 7, 8-year-old that you ever saw in your life. I'm like, I just got this old man to wear his bitch diapers on his sad misery march out of this place, right? I guess he went and got his 2nd place prize. I don't even know if he got his 2nd place prize. He didn't give a shit about skateboards. 40-something-year-old man that never touched a skateboard in his life. I'm talking about literally a gift. It wasn't even a gift card. You didn't have cards. But you had credit cards. Credit cards were just becoming a thing, right? But you had like a voucher, which was like the same thing as a gift card, right? And you could spend that much at the gift shop for 1st place, and you could spend this much at the snack bar, and you could have this many tokens to play in the arcade. I don't know, if I remember right, it was like $20 worth of tokens. In the 70s, that was some shit. That's a lot of fucking quarters, bro. That's a lot of quarters. And I go get some grip tape and some fucking truck guards from the skate shop, and I can buy slushies for like the next month. Yeah, okay, I'm down with that. That works for me. I made the motherfucker quit in 1 ball. That's a true story. That actually happened. And I'm not embellishing that part of it. I don't know exactly how it went down, but I'm pretty sure I almost flipped the score and then just drained the ball on purpose. Because he had to match that score with 1 ball. Now, if he could, and he could flip the score like several times, then I'd have to flip the score like 15 times on his ass on the next ball type of thing, right? But I did do that. That's actually a true story. I was just really good on that machine. But yeah, that actually happened. I made that old motherfucker quit. Bitch, you don't even get to play. Okay, here, I'm just gonna do this at will, and then I'm gonna show you. I could have done this about 10 times in a row, and then I'm just gonna let you play. Here, let me move my step stool out of the way for your convenience. I mean, come on, man. Can't you tell the little guy? Good game, man. You know what? I'm just gonna let you have it. No. The dude pouted and fucking stormed. I do remember this. The motherfucker had an attitude and left. And I'm like, you just got bitch slapped by a fucking 7, 8-year-old? Well, get your bitch ass on then. Ho. You didn't even say ho in those days, but that dude was a ho that day. Yeah, 100% ho. Got punked by a fucking 7-year-old. Which is, that might have been my most gangster moment in life, to be honest. That might be. And you know what? That's okay. My 15 seconds of fame or whatever? All right, I'll take it.
Would it help if I said you were my favorite uncle?
It was kind of epic.
That's about it.
At least I thought it was at the time.
I was hoping to grease some palms, but the Knight Commander's been cracking down. We're gonna need more grease.
What about the estate?
I'm really trying hard not to embellish
Surely
that
Father
story.
left something when
But
he died.
those key
Right,
points,
about
those
the
happen.
estate. It's
However exactly it went down, I don't know.
gone.
But that
To
was the
settle
end of it.
debt. I've
So
been meaning to write you.
Then there's no hope.
totally cool with that.
Not quite. I know some people who might help. If you're not too delicate about the
Stingray
company.
machine. Dude, if I ever found an affordable copy of the Stingray machine and had just enough money to get it, like I would probably just get it, just to have that, you know. What's it saying? I mean, I can see a space right here, just right in front of my streaming desk, right here, to put it where it doesn't block any doors. I could just put it right there. Oh man,
Let's hear it, Uncle.
good stuff, man.
What do you have in mind?
Good times.
I talked to my contacts, and I found some people who might be willing to pay your way into the city. The catch is, you and your brother will have to work off the debt.
Life
For a
was
year.
simpler back then. I remember
It's the best I could
next
do.
to the
Trust me when I say a bunch of refugees
next to the trailer
won't get a
park I
better
grew up
option
in,
anywhere else.
there was a what you call in Texas you call it a bayou or a gully. Basically just a drainage ditch. Well, here our drainage ditches actually went to the beach. We were like literally on the coast of California. So like Santa Barbara's like literally right there. You could walk down the drainage ditch for about I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, whatever. It didn't take that long. And you could wind up on the beach. And so, like, there was our beach. And not too far from there was, like, a snack bar that sold snow cones and hot dogs and sodas, you know, and that type of thing. And they were just set up on the beach. Something, I guess, that you might expect to see on, like, an old school, like, boardwalk or something. Like in Atlanta or something, from what I've heard. I don't know. I've never been there. But it was something like that, right? It was cool like that. But that same gully, when it actually had water in it, I was in the ghetto. The crazy thing about the ghetto at the time, though, it didn't matter if you were black, white, or Mexican, or whatever, is like the families would like gather at the local park, which had like the barbecue pits set up in the park and benches and, you know, like just a park, right? Maybe something for the kids to play on, like a jungle gym or some shit like that. Like an old school jungle gym, where if you fell off it, you would actually break a bone. Like real jungle gyms. Like, because, I mean, nobody was pussified back then. And so you would go to one of these places and you would have, like, man, a couple black mamas, a couple Mexican mamas, and a couple white mamas making up fucking all kinds of shit. Chorizo and whatever, you know, hamburgers and steaks and shit, just all kinds of stuff. Pork chops and ribs and whatever. And they'd be grilling up all kinds of stuff, and the men would be sitting around drinking their beers, and the kids, you know what we'd do? We'd collect the bottle caps. You wanted one bottle cap of each kind of beer that existed, and that was just your thing. So you kept a collection of bottle caps, and you took your marbles, and you played marbles. You go find a flat spot somewhere, and draw a circle, and play your marbles, and collect each other's marbles. And if you had a resin ball, which is a marble about that big, you're pretty good. But if you didn't knock somebody else's marbles out of the ring with your resin ball, then they got your resin ball. And if they got your resin ball, like that was like, I don't know, you know about card games nowadays, like all the different card games and stuff. That's like losing your platinum gold fucking 1 in a million card, right? Yeah, you didn't ever want to do that. I mean, you played marbles at school. Yeah, whatever. So, yeah, you'd hang out with all these kids, and you know what? I don't remember that time at all, ever, not once, ever in my upbringing. I didn't even discover this shit until we moved here to Texas, and that was definitely some years later, going on into like high school and then moving on into post high school, right? Where you sat there and whatever kid you were playing with was just another kid. You literally didn't see them any other way. Racism isn't a thing until you make it a thing. Because I was one of only like maybe 2 or 3 white kids in my whole neighborhood. But I don't remember anything but just going, and if a bunch of kids got together, you just played whatever there was to play. Or you collected bottle caps or something, and you just ate food. Too much fucking food. A shit ton of food, because they just gathered to drink some beer and have some food and enjoy the weekend type thing, because they were dirt fucking poor and they didn't have anything else, but what they did have was a sense of community. That was literally actually a thing in California when I grew up in the 70s. That was actually a thing. It didn't exist. This is a new thing. All this division shit, this is a new thing. Didn't exist back then. In a hot spot for that shit to exist. It wasn't liberal satanic woke yet. Not too much later, my mom saw the way the winds were blowing, and she got us the fuck out of there. And good thing she did, because since then it just went to Satan's asshole, which is where California is. It literally is Satan's asshole. Not Michigan, not Detroit, not New York. No, California is Satan's asshole, starting in Hollywood, where all the fucking Kenites are making their fucking movies that nobody wants to watch. Just indoctrinating the shit out of everybody. That's a Mass Effect reference. If you get it, you get it. Anyway.
I'm sure we'll be free and clear.
Yeah, true story. True story.
I managed to convince my contacts
Me
to
and
come to the
I don't even remember who the rest of the kids were. We'd just be there. Whoever the kids were, you just found something to do. Because the adults were drinking and cooking a bunch of food, and the kids were eating a bunch of food and just finding anything to do.
Either one of them can help you.
What's wrong with that?
All you need to do is find them in the courtyard and convince them you're worth the trouble.
Yeah.
Let's find them and see what they have to say.
Anyway, true story.
Oh,
All of that,
Cameron,
true
I don't
story.
know about this.
It's a lot of coin, Leandra. Don't go expecting our name to carry the kind of weight it used to.
And what of me? I will not allow others to incur debts on my behalf.
Can't see that it makes a difference. You look like a lady who can pull her own weight.
Then you'll come with us.
I have no real option. Thank you.
I can honestly say this, and even though I don't love it. I do enjoy, in some respect, like the album, like Straight Outta Compton, for example. That culture, 10 years later, led to the division that you see now. It's like, oh man, I can blame you for what's wrong with me. I can make all the bad decisions, but it's your fault because you're holding me down. You're not allowing me to get away with my bad decisions. I can dope deal and pimp and murder all that I want. And if you say anything about it, then you're the bad guy, and you don't understand me because I came up badly. Although I'm white and I came up twice as poor as anybody in the movie, fucking Straight Outta Compton. And nobody in my neighborhood at that time was even thinking anything like that. Everybody's just like trying to get by. Just, being on the wrong side of the tracks. That's all it was. Didn't matter what color you were. It's where you are. When you start blaming and accusing somebody for your faults, that's when you create division. And that's what you have today. That's a true story. It didn't exist. I mean, it's always existed in somebody's mind down through the years, and if any of those assholes wrote history one way or the other, well, fuck them. But the bottom line is the average person in that situation, honestly, even in Compton, your white neighbor and your Mexican neighbor and whatever that were doing just as bad as you were, until that shit came up and just started throwing blame, and now all of a sudden you got somebody to accuse for your lack of integrity, for your inability to do anything right. Now all of a sudden you can blame somebody else. It's their fault. That's division, because that person doesn't want to be blamed for what you can't get right. I don't care what color you are. Nobody wants to be blamed for that. And that creates resentment, and that creates hostility, that creates division, and that creates violence. And that's what the woke motherfuckers have been doing since basically the 80s. True story. That's a true story.
Are you a Thenril?
You must be Gamlen's niece. Interesting. I don't know what he told you about us, but he certainly told us a great deal about you.
How much exactly?
Enough to pique our interest, provided you can justify your...
Like I said, I didn't even know about that until I came to Texas. And I don't think it was the place. You say, well, the Texas is the South, and y'all are a bunch of fucking racists. Fuck you. Fuck you, bitch. You shut the fuck up. Go die in your own fire that you're setting for yourself. No, actually, honestly, it was the time. It wasn't the place. That shit was twice as hot in liberal areas, especially out east. I mean, that shit caught on fire in New York while everybody was focused on California. The extremes, the far east and the far west. Honestly, down south, the whole tradition of looking upon anybody other than yourself as being less than, absolutely. There was some imperialism there. Absolutely. Sorry, man. It existed on the West Coast. It was just different. And it existed on the East Coast, and it was different. And it was much more violent, much more aggressive, and much more hateful than anything you accused the opposite race of being at the time. And the Kenites heard about that, and they said, oh, let's market this shit with albums and records, and, you know, you didn't have CDs. Well, I mean, you eventually got CDs. That's how that shit went down. And I was there to see it, so, I mean, you can't argue with me on that one. And a whole bunch of innocent people in the crossfire. Which was by design. It was definitely an agenda. 100% an agenda. A lot of that music and a lot of that stuff that is now just commonplace was anathema back then. People fought against it, and the people that fought against it were the bad guys. Go figure. At the end of the day, you look at all the shit that has fostered. You know the sex traffic trade? Pimping. It's called pimping. Pimping is cool. Now, well, not to any of the girls that are involved, and a lot of boys, too. From fucking Riyadh to Ontario to LA to Epstein's Island. All that shit. That's that underground shit that you create with that culture. And I'm not saying just the culture, like a particular culture, just the culture overall. Not just the undermining black culture and the undermining white culture and the undermining Hispanic culture, but you just put all those together and you just say, you know, it's all really just evil, and it's just all really the same fucking thing, right?
Tell me what you need done.
There's a merchant named Cavril, friend of the Templars. So they let him set up his little shop.
I personally believe there's life lessons to be had and all
we
that.
We supplied him in return for a piece of the take, but now he won't pay up. We can't go near him without him screaming for the guard, but you can. Get our money from him and you're in.
Oh, get your money from him and you're in. But what if I make that my money? How about I get my money from him and then you can just go fuck yourself? How about that? How about I'm a mage and I'm just going to go try to pick this dude's cash register because I feel like it? How about that?
Hey there, what are you doing with that?
Back away from it, friend, now.
It's going to be kind of hard to explain this.
This is a Thenril's
I was trying to magically pick that lock.
You can tell that
to
bitch
take
I'm going straight to
your
the guard
shit.
again.
Or wait a minute. You could give me what's in your register and we could all leave friends. Is this blood magic right here?
Make me an offer, and I'll
Is
consider
this
leaving you
blood
alone.
puppet mind control?
Interesting.
Look,
I
just
can't get
give
you
me
locked
your
into the
stuff
city. That's
and I'll
more
leave you
coin than I
alone.
know. But I'll give you a share. You take it, you walk away, and don't bother us again. Does that work for you?
What do you mean? Does that work for me? Or do you mean like that actually worked? Like, I actually got away with that shit. Oh,
Who
absolutely,
wouldn't that work
100%. Oh, I'm totally down with that.
Need to stop giving
Yeah,
in
that's
to
what we
these.
need to do here.
Enough.
This is the
Another
only way to
losing
deal
deal
with
when I see
this.
one.
Is give me everything
Take
you've
what's
got in
in
your
the
cash register,
Now,
and
go deal
somehow
with this
I'm
once
doing
and
you
for
a
all.
favor. That's the most amazing shit ever. Anyway, so all right, so the back to the game. I appreciate you guys hanging out and listening to story time. This game inspires that a lot. It really. So that's 2 sovereigns you're not going to get any other way. This dude over here is going to give you 5 more, so you can start the game with 7 sovereigns. That's huge. Especially pretty much the Black Emporium is a free update to the game to give you some basic shit that you actually need. They give you for free a couple items that you need for the deep roads if you're going to play on Nightmare. Like, period. You have to have them. I mean, you don't have to have them. You can struggle for 1,000 hours trying to do something that you shouldn't have to struggle that hard with, type of thing. But it's definitely meant for specifically the deep roads. Like, one of the items is literally electricity resistance plus a rune slot for a rogue, so you can have more electricity resistance. Your armor doesn't matter for shit. It's just those little fucking Rockwave mini-me's that are throwing lightning at you every 2 seconds. You got to be able to resist that or you're going to die. And there's no heals and health potions that cool down quick enough to keep you alive. So, like, that's a thing. So, that resistance on whatever class you're playing is huge. Now, a mage has an advantage, is your magic resistance is huge because your magic stats should be high, which is a thing with this character. So, if you play a blood mage, you want your magic to health ratio to be about 2 to 1, right? With this class, you can have a health to magic ratio more like 3 to 2. I'm actually thinking about flirting with 3 to 1, meaning that if you're at 90, it should be 30, which sounds reasonably healthy. Definitely reasonably healthy. Definitely a thing. At least 3 to 2.
Get out.
What for? We haven't done anything.
We know damn
But
well
90,
what
60
you've been up to. Now
seems
go.
excessive. 3 to 2, 90, 60. Now you could say like 5 to 2,
I see. Have it your way then.
140. That's reasonable. So 5 to 2 would be like, let's see, 5 to 2 would be like 45, 18. 45 magic, 18 health. And you also have to throw a few points into willpower. If you want to like min max it, then basically you have to think all the way to Act 3 when you can actually get a rune. You can actually make a rune once you kill the High Dragon. You can make a rune that actually gives you +2 to all attributes in anything you have a rune slot in. So if you need 18 for any of your gear, then you need your willpower to be at 16. So getting your willpower to 16, that's a thing. But if you get your willpower to 15, and then you find a piece of gear that has +1 willpower, and then you put that shit in there. So I found that, honestly, willpower of 14 or 15, you never run out of mana. And if you do, you can use a mana potion every once in a while. Like, maybe like 3 times through the entire game. Or something. Like, it's not that big of a deal. So, like, that's definitely a thing. This, we're not going Blood Mage. I will actually show you exactly how we're going to build this character. This is exactly what we're looking at. Alright, so we're going to go respec all this shit. Alright, so let's say we're going to hit level, at bare minimum, at the end of the game, level 27. That means you got 2 extra points in Act 1. And you got 2 extra points in Act 2. That's 4. So if you hit, like, let's just say level 25, that gives you 29 points, right? So basically, to get the full upgrades, you need 8 points. 8 points in any tree. You can distribute them how you want, whatever, but you got 8 points in each tree. And remember, your mana and stamina regeneration goes up by +10 in each one of these trees. So that's +10, right? +20, +30, plus 10% crit chance, which for a mage is just, it's exceptional. Like, that's exceptional. And then if you get some gear that gives you more crit chance, like using rogue gear, like amulets and rings that give you like cunning, which is crit damage, but dex, crit chance and dex is what you're looking for, right? And then, all right, so anyway, so let's say you've got, let's say you make it to level 25, so you've got 29 points to work with. That's let's see, 8, 16, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. That only takes level 11 if you do it later, which we'd be doing that at the end of the game. That's only if you make it to level 25. So if you make it to like level 27, which is definitely doable, especially if you do DLC, then guess what? you got 2 extra points, and you can throw that shit into. All right, well, hold on. You have to have this. You definitely have to have that. So you could get 1 or maybe 2 points squeezed out of like one of your specializations. I don't use any points in my specializations with this build. Like, it's literally all basic shit. It's these 3 trees plus elemental weapons plus as much of the creation tree that I can get in. If I want to put anything into anything, it's Force Mage. I don't know if they call it Force Mage here, but that's basically what it is. And you got to put 2 points into it to get it's like a skill. It's like right up here. It's basically, you can't be interrupted while casting spells. It's like fortitude. It's like poise in Dark Souls. It's basically poise in Dark Souls. You can be attacked, and it doesn't phase you. You still take the damage, but you're not getting knocked out of your spell casting, right? And that's huge. So if I had 2 extra points at the end of the day, I would put it in that. Or you can just ignore that altogether and take the blood magic tree, which gives you 5 points, 25 points of health, which is 5 points of constitution. It's literally the equivalent of 5 points of constitution. That means you can even dump less into your constitution and more into your magic. It's like, well, you don't have hemorrhage with blood magic. No, but I don't get the annoying fucking, oh my god, I'm tired, I can't do anything, I need mana. And honestly, hemorrhage, you can only use it like once every like 60 seconds anyway. If you can use it twice in a fight, you've been in that fight too long. Meaning you're probably losing the DPS race anyway. Not really, like blood magic is nerfed really, really badly with Hawk. So to me, I would take all these damage upgrades with all these trees. This is a 25% spirit damage upgrade. Really good with a blood mage. Not gonna lie. But that critical chance is huge. That stamina regen is huge. I'm going to take all kinds of upgrades on everything I do in this tree. And then I'm going to take a shit ton of upgrades, which is fire. Fire is actually increased by 50% just by this tree alone. Anyway, so you need 8 points here. 8 points here. And 8 points here. That's 24. And at level 3, I have 1, 2, 3. 3 talent points. So you get 1 for each level, period. Level 1 gets a talent point. So if we hit level 25, we'd have 25 talent points plus 4. It's pretty easy to make level 27. So that's really actually 31. So let's see, you could just say 24, 25, 26, 27, just 28, 29, 30. 31 in the forest tree if we wanted. Or, you know what, honestly, probably just end up taking this. Because I don't think I go into the forest tree. It's called something else, but that's basically what it is. I say I take the blood mage tree just for the extra health, and then I take the what's it called? Like the healer tree or something, whatever it's called, and it gives you like 25 mana. You just take both of those, and you take the health, you take the mana, and you just roll basic. Like you're just rolling like seriously basic. You don't put anything into the specialization classes. if you're gonna do that, you just go blood mage and you get all your blood mage shit and make that shit work early and often, and you're just hard rolling through the entire game, to be honest. But we're just gonna take all the big nukes, any combos we can get, which is basically just chain lightning and spirit bolt and or stone fist. Basically, I'd probably just take spirit bolt as an upgrade. I don't worry about stone fist. I take the chain lightning upgrade as soon as possible. Take the what do they call the lightning storm? You take the lightning storm as early as possible as well. Well, not as early as possible, but you definitely take that. If you're gonna have the mana to work with all this shit, because every single mage item has willpower and mana on it. Every single mage item, it always has willpower. So why invest in willpower if the game is just giving it to you on everything that you own, right?
Mirren?
And you must be Hawk. Nice. Your uncle talked up a storm about you. He better not be blowing more smoke out his ass.
I'm ready to prove myself.
Noble bastard named Friedrich is here in the gallows. Gave us bad info. Almost killed my men. Now he's hiding out here, waiting for a ship. He sees us coming, he'll run for sure. But he doesn't know you. Go kill him and his men. We'll make sure no one asked why.
Make sure no one asks why.
Who are these people? I demand to know.
I saw them talking to Mirren.
Mirren? You blithering idiot. Why didn't you say something sooner? Don't just stand there. Kill them!
Can't we talk about this? No?
Guard yourself, there's more coming! You are not this.
Got 7. I got 7 sovereigns. So you get 5. I didn't. Hey James, what's up, bro? Man, say James, man, Omni and T-Verse and shit, just lighting up the stream for real. True story. Good stuff. That was the easiest way to do that. At least I got the money. That's what you're actually looking for. So like that's 7 sovereigns and change. Whatever. Actually, I never even looked at what this amulet did. No physical damage. Give that to Carver. Yeah, stream has been awesome, man.
Buried. Well, dead.
Good.
Finish murdering poachers.
May
Well,
the
I got through the
bloody
game.
vultures feast
I got
on
through
his
the game,
corpse
and there's
shit him into the
it's
ocean.
only achievement stuff.
I'm telling you, I
That's
love
left.
this guy.
It's only achievement
Welcome
stuff.
to the Red Isle.
And I don't know whether I want to
Tell
start
your uncle
over
I'm making the
again.
arrangements now.
Do you have to start all the schools for the achievements, or can you get all the achievements on one school? Because I would start a Slytherin. No, I would say I would start a Gryffindor next time, and just go to the dark side, because, God damn it, you got to fight fire with fire, right?
Any luck?
But I don't want
Is
to
there
waste
ever
all
any
the
I'll speak to Mirren and see
all the
when the
progress.
bribes can be made. Wait
I don't
here.
want to waste that.
I guess we did it.
Like, that's a lot of progress.
We're here to stay, at
That's
least for a while.
Hundreds of hours of progress. So,
No more running for our lives unless we really have to.
If
no,
only
I'm never
Bethany
finished
were here
murdering
with us.
poachers, though.
And Wesley.
Well, we're off to a fantastic
Michael
start.
Vick must die.
Let's see what else this city has in store.
Always. Michael Vick must die. Animal abusers,
Thus began the champion's first year in
exploiters, and
Kirkwall.
torturers, and murderers. And
Word arrived from across the sea that the
kidnappers.
hero of Ferelden had defeated the Blight.
Fucking filth. Yeah. They all need to die.
But Lothering was destroyed. Kirkwall was the champion's home now.
If animals don't deserve it and you're doing it,
So
you're a
she made her
fucking
name,
asshole. And
settling
if you
her
got
debts with the
executed,
mercenaries.
good on whoever executed you.
It was a busy year in the city.
True story.
That's when the Qunari landed. A great storm had caught their ship and left hundreds of warriors stranded in the city, waiting to return home. That's also when the trouble began with the Mages. The Templars had
Any of
become
you,
very powerful under
any of you
Knight
guys in
Commander
stream?
Meredith. But most importantly,
Guys, girls,
that's
ladies.
when I first met the champion.
Oh God, I wish I had a lady friend who played fantasy football. If I had a lady friend who played fantasy football, we would be unstoppable. I'm serious. Like seriously. Like, that would be amazing. But anyway. Oh, so there may actually be, like, you have to, like, get to a certain point with each of the colleges type thing. Oh, that kind of sucks. I mean, Dragon Age 2 had that.
No.
You had to, like, start as every class, and then you had to, like, side with the mages, quote unquote.
We know you're going into the deep roads. You'll need to
And
hire the best.
Call the mages for what they are.
You're too late. Already
Woke people
done.
don't like to be called woke.
The money from this
even though
trip
they made
could
up the
fix
word.
everything.
It doesn't
You
make any
need
sense like anything else that they
We
say.
fought
It doesn't make any fucking
Darkspawn.
sense to anybody
Look,
ever,
precious,
anywhere.
I don't care if you tore the horns off an ogre with your bare hands.
Hey,
You make
James,
him
I
understand.
gotta ask you, man.
We're running from your bloody Templars.
This is like a real world question. So, I'm not asking your address, but where do you live in the UK? Like where are you actually at? Yeah, no shit, right? Like exactly. I mean, that would like have to be, if not your girlfriend, your best friend. And that's okay. She doesn't have to sleep with you. And you don't have to sleep with her. But she can be like your best friend. There's something about girl gamers that's just better. And it's not just because I'm a dude. It's just because they face so much shit in the gaming community. Look, man, the best Call of Duty player I've ever played with in my life was a girl who ran around with a G36 and went literally 36-5, or 36-2, or 36-3 every fucking round she played in. And if she didn't, the only time she would boot up her mic was just to say, "Ugh." That's literally, she wouldn't say anything. Because if she spoke publicly, all the horn dogs who have never had a vagina in their entire life would just start abusing her. She was the best Call of Duty player I've ever played with. Period. Out of our, just period. And I sucked. I mean, and she knew that. But, you know what I'm saying? Like, but the bottom line is she would carry the squad by herself. And she wouldn't say shit. Because if she talked, she would get abused online. By motherfuckers who have never, they don't even know what a vagina looks like. They hadn't Googled a vagina. They just imagined that they should talk about it because, well, they don't even have hair on their nuts yet. Punk-ass pieces of shit, right? That's been my experience. And then I had a really actual good friend. And in real life, she went left. And she went left in a way that I've experienced in life. And drugs and other things were involved. And you know what? I'm not going to smear who she was because she was amazing. She was my friend. She was 100% my friend. Well, she eventually OD'd. And she could take it in a lobby. If she spoke in a lobby, all of a sudden you had 3 prepubescent motherfucking pieces of shit that had fucking this morning's pancakes cooked by their fucking mama stuck in their fucking braces talking about, oh, there she is and there's a woman involved, it's female, and let's just exert our fucking I've never been laid manlyhood, lacking all manlyhood bullshit, right? She could take that shit. She was gangster as fuck. Young girl from Philadelphia. She eventually OD'd. That's not because of fucking Xbox or PlayStation. Not because of that. But yeah, she was pretty gangster about that stuff. But she really couldn't speak in a lobby on a co-op or PvP multiplayer setting. She couldn't speak. And I don't think any girl could speak in a lobby without a bunch of fucking internet warriors letting their hormones get out of balance, even though they never had any hormones. I mean, they got hormones. They do. They're fucking little bitches. And honestly, they couldn't find their way on a vagina map if you showed it to them. But they abused the shit out of women in any kind of competitive game scenario. Like, that's a fact. Like, dudes are fucking dicks. 90% of the time. Especially when they're hidden behind a controller or a keyboard. Oh, now all of a sudden they're 180% dicks. Pussies. Fucking... Yeah, I could say a few other keywords, but that would probably get me banned from YouTube. Just like Twitch. So, yeah, I'm not just going to say that. Oh, wow, in the Czech Republic? Oh, man. No shit? I had a girlfriend. Her name was Petra. She was cool as shit. Yeah, she actually went home to the Czech Republic to hang out with family and, you know, stuff. And, man, she made some expensive phone calls to me at the time. This was around 2000, probably 12, 2010, 2011, 2012, somewhere around there. Maybe a little bit later, maybe 2013. No, I think it was about 2010, 2011, somewhere around there. Yeah. I've actually got a magnet on my fridge that she brought back from the Czech Republic, and it sounds, if you read it in English, it sounds really, really bad. But it's basically, I don't mind cooking and cleaning. It's basically what it says in Czech, but it sounds really, really bad in English. It's basically, do you want the pussy? like seriously, that's basically how the magnet reads. But that's not what's being said at all. It's in Czech, so it's like a totally different thing. Anyway.
My brother has a point. It's on his head, but it's still valid.
Oh, thanks for that.
So, what about it, Bertrand? We're just what you need.
You're looking for a quick way out of the slums, right? You and every other Ferelden in this dump. Find another meal ticket.
Well, back to waiting for someone to turn us in.
You know what? I've tried to be nice to Carver. I learned my lesson. There is no being nice to Carver.
Too many refugees.
Just get 100% rivalry because
who could help us.
I know. How long do we work for scum who don't want us around? We need coin, status, something we can shove in that dwarf's face and keep people off our backs. And all I can think of is Uncle Gamlen.
You catch more flies with honey, but Gamlen's bullshit could work too.
Bullshit gathers flies too.
He did
Honey
get us
gathers
into the
flies,
city, right?
So does bullshit.
What else can we do? We're losing ground, and I don't fancy waking up in the gallows.
Nice.
Hey!
I knew a guy once who could take every coin out of your pockets just by smiling at you. But you don't have the style to work Hightown, let alone the Merchants Guild. You might want to find yourself a new line of work.
That's a mean left cross, man. That's a mean left cross.
How do you do? Varric Tethras, at your service. I apologize for Barton.
I wish I could do that.
You wouldn't know an opportunity
like with a coin or with a stick, a pencil, a pen.
I would.
An arrow. I don't really care. I wish I could.
We need someone like you. He would never admit it either. He's too proud. I, however, am quite practical.
There must be some way to persuade your brother to hire us on.
We don't need another hireling. We need a partner. The truth is, Bartrand's been tearing his beard out trying to fund this on his own, but he can't do it. Invest in the expedition. 50 sovereigns and he can't refuse. Not with me there to vouch for you.
I hope there's more to this. Like how I'm supposed to get that much coin together.
You need to think big. There's only a brief window after a blight when the deep roads won't be crawling with.
If Eric's like, I'd give you back your like,
you find down there
I don't know, 5 sovereigns,
family up for life,
and you invest 50 sovereigns.
Makes some sense.
But he's willing to fight with you.
No offense.
And he's willing to die with you. So
you started this.
I guess
and
that's
it's a good idea. Certainly better than ending up in the gallows.
We work together, you and I.
Yeah, that's a pretty good
know,
friendship.
You'll have all the capital you need. What do you say?
It's not like I had anything better planned.
Perfect. Kirkwall's crawling with work. You set aside some coin from every job and you'll have the money in no time.
Sure. Easy. But maybe Aveline's got some bounties out. She joined the city guard, right?
We should talk privately when you get the chance. In the Hanged Man, maybe. I'll be there when I'm not with you.
Oh, sick.
Now, let's go see what trouble we can stir up. Ah, Hightown, where the rich go to piss.
Drinks of the Hanged Man when you're done.
Nothing new today.
Just keeping the peace.
How about that hairstyle, though? That hairstyle that... I mean, honestly, Sarah had kind of... Well, I mean, it was like completely different, but it was like totally home chopped. Like Sarah just did that shit with some rough scissors and said, "Fuck it, I'm good with it." Like, I mean, like, that's honestly pretty gangster if you think about it.
You know, Junior, it's eerie how much resemblance there is between you two.
She's my sister. Of course there's a resemblance.
Oh, you thought I meant Hawk. I was talking about Gamlin.
Maker, I hate you, dwarf.
Barrick trolling. Trolling Carver, man. Barrick is trolling Carver, for real. Like, trolling him. Like, I mean, like, seriously, trolling before trolling was even trolling. Like, there wasn't enough internet around for this much trolling at this time. Like, that's expert trolling before trolling was even a thing. Fishing for insults. Fishing for insults for real. Well, now that we got Aveline here,
Aveline.
we can go ahead and grab some of this,
Hello, Hawk.
some of these codex. I don't...
That's it.
Carver's kind of a waste.
Oh, right. Sorry. It feels like we just talked.
The coldest part, we gotta replace Carver with Anders.
Information is one of the few perks of this job. Watch out for Bartrand. He's a son of a bitch.
Oh, you like Vivian too? You like Vivian? No shit? I like Vivian too. Yeah, like seriously. I respect Vivian's character. Like that. Like she's like a Navy SEAL. like she's like the SAS, the Navy SEAL, the Spetsnaz, right? She like just this is it and fuck everything else. Period. And if you don't like that, die. Because you're getting in the way of progress. Real progress, actually.
Still having trouble? I thought you were past all that.
Lately, I don't know.
Yeah, seriously.
I've been pushed out to some dead patrols. Maybe I stepped on someone's toes.
And she makes it all political and classy at the same time. She's like, I'm not taking any shit, but
charm,
I'm going
right?
to go ahead and compliment you as I kill you.
Where I'm needed. In fact, I might have a job
Like
for you.
that one,
Let me know if you
that
want to
one,
do a favor for Carl.
oh, what is he, like a Duke or
Otherwise,
something?
I'm
Duke
here if
something
you need
something
me.
that's going to
Make a note
challenge
I could
you
use
to
more
a
satisfying
duel
work.
in the middle of a friendly ball, and she literally turns that bitch to ice and says, what should I do? Well, hey, Vivian, why don't you snap your fingers? And she snaps her fingers, and that motherfucker dies instantly. And then, like, would somebody please clean up this mess on my dance floor? Like, dude, like, this thing wasn't even human to her, which it wasn't human. It committed an offense, and so it forfeited its right to humanity. And therefore, it needed to die by Orlesian culture. Period. End of conversation. She was 100% right in doing it. This is what's right. Let's just do this. Kill this fucking thing. Now this thing isn't a problem anymore. Child molester, dope dealer, traitor, sex trafficker, pimp, fucking kidnapper, murderer, serial killer. Kill it, and we don't have this problem anymore. Guess what? It didn't cost the taxpayers anything. That's Vivian. I love that shit. That is the most gangster shit ever. And it's the way it's supposed to be. Everywhere. You know how much less shit we would have to deal with if everybody dealt with shit the way shit is supposed to be dealt with? Flush that shit. There are people that are shit. They're proud of being shit. They fly flags saying, I am shit. Rainbow flags. Deal with it accordingly. No more problems. Well, I mean, you still have problems, but a whole lot less problems.
All right, Aveline. You have something worth doing?
My patrols may be empty walks in the dark, but there's something big coming up, and I could use you.
Yeah,
An
no,
ambush,
yeah, Bethany's
probably for a caravan, although I can't find any shipments that match up. Doesn't matter, though. Highwaymen waiting for someone to rob. I'm putting a stop to it, my district or not.
All right, Aveline. I'll play guard for you.
I knew I could count on you. They're hidden up Sundermount, remote and rough, but we can
All
make
right,
good
once
time with
we
a
get our
shortcut
build
this
set,
side.
then we'll go
I know
get
you can't run off and do it without me.
We'll go get
I
Anders.
trust you, but I have to be
well,
there.
actually, we don't have to get Anders as
You're
soon as
acting
possible.
on behalf
Yes,
of the
we do.
guard.
Yeah, actually, we do. We actually have to go get Anders as soon as possible. We'll throw a couple codex in here for Varric. Alright, so let's go get this unlocked.
I'll give them plenty of reason to change their minds.
You know, it's possible they're just scared shitless of you.
They're just scared shitless of you. Like everybody. Like literally the entire
Sebastian.
guard. You know, it's my theory
Stop
that they're
this madness.
just
The
city
Chantry
guard is
cannot
scared
condone
shitless of you.
revenge, Sebastian.
It is my right.
They're hiding
my
in their
duty
corners with
to
all their
show
corrupt
these
shit,
assassins there
and
is
you're
nowhere in
honest.
the free
So
market
guess
to
what?
hide.
This is murder.
None of that shit stands.
No. What happened to my family was murder.
Nice. Nice. Okay, so I got that activated. All right, so what I want to do now is like, hey, everybody should level up. No, we're going to go get everybody respect. The coolest thing about this, I don't have to respect Carver. I don't have to respect Aveline. I just have to respect Varric, Anders. I'm going to respect Fenris. So we got to have 3. And that's pretty much it. I mean, yeah, there's no point in respecting Meryl. I mean, we'll use Meryl at some point. We'll level her up and just take her along with us. Hopefully we're good enough to actually hold our own at that point. But we still got Varric and we still got Aveline at that point, so that's really not a big deal. So this is kind of cheaper in a way. Anyway, so what we do is we go to Lowtown, and we're going to eventually get to Gamlen's house. And then we'll go to the Black Emporium. Right? And then we'll respec myself and Varric. That's all we actually need to do. Aveline is actually perfect. If you respec her, you don't get anything. Like, literally, her stats respec exactly as they are. Like, it's literally no gain. Trust me, I've experienced that firsthand. So yeah, Varric, do you do anything? Am I being accused of something that I didn't do while being accused of what I didn't do while I didn't do it? Type of thing? Is that what's going on here? Like that type of shit, right?
If it isn't Hawk. Still up to old tricks, Elegant?
Dude, Cassandra does the same shit to Varric in Inquisition, too. It's the exact same thing. He's always being shifty. Of course he's always being shifty.
Things have been going well since then?
He's a fucking rogue dwarf. I mean, come on. Seriously?
Could be better.
Like, seriously?
Could be worse. I often
You're
feel
kidding
the
me,
same
right?
way. You may recall I supplied the Red Iron with potions. I'd be willing to extend you the same courtesy if you like. All I ask is you inform me of any interesting reagents you find. In exchange, I'll approach my contacts on your behalf. And of course you'll need the appropriate recipes, such as this one. Free. For old times'
Or the one where Varric says, it'd be like me asking you to guard or unguard. I don't know what you mean. Good. Good. Like, seriously. That's what he says. Good. You don't know what I mean. Good. Awesome. Fantastic. Good. Oh, yeah, this is good shit, man. There it is. Okay, we had almost eight sovereigns. Now we got 5. Watch this. This shit diminishes like really, really quick. So now we got to get the amulet of influence.
Belts, rings, amulets. We sell them all.
Probably give this to well, Varric is our only. Okay. That's actually not bad. Not gonna lie. So we gotta have that. Now we gotta get that to pay for itself. We gotta have more than $1.33 in profit throughout the rest of this act, as long as somebody is wearing this shit. Alright, so then we go here. Let's see, who wears this? That's a good question. There's something I'm going to be wearing. So, yes, give it to Aveline. She's going to be present all the time. I'm trying to think if there's Fenris in his slave master's castle or whatever. Like, you got that, but that's outside of that, nothing. So, pretty sure she can wear that for good. Let's go ahead and grab this too.
You hear about the Amaranthine traitors?
That means all this shit is going to be unlocked.
Some harebrained nobles in Amaranthine were conspiring against the Warden Commander. A truly stellar idea, if you know anything about him.
No sarcasm.
We caught most of the conspirators, but a few fled by sea and came here. We're offering a bounty.
Tell me what I need to know.
Here's a list of names and descriptions. Anytime you end one of the bastards,
Let me know, and I'll reward you. Better act fast, though. We're looking for them, too.
Yeah, we don't actually level up until we can actually respec, so I think we got enough XP for Varric to actually level up as well. Maybe. Hopefully. I love the two-handed weapons.
Hard to believe they left me nothing.
Well, Mother was pretty steamed when you ran off with your Ferelden apostate.
I'm still their daughter, their eldest. My children have been in servitude for a year.
Servitude.
They should be nobility.
Servitude.
If wishes were poppy, we'd all be dreaming.
You mean this is real? No wonder I can't wake up.
And here I thought that Ferelden you ran off with was a mage, not a jester. Your mother was supposed to marry the Comte de Launcey, and instead she ran off with some Ferelden apostate. You don't get to stay the favorite when you do that.
Where is Father's will?
Manhandle
if
the
I could just
urchin.
see for myself.
Don't
It's not here,
manhandle
all right?
the
It was
urchin.
read, it went in the vault.
He's
no
not
one
for
needed
sale.
to look at it again.
Get your own. Get your own.
That touched a nerve.
Don't
What's in there that you don't want us to see?
manhandle the
Nothing.
urchin.
But you won't be seeing the bloody thing. It's
not
still
for
locked
sale.
up on the estate, and that's
Get your
long
own.
out of my hands.
If you want to manhandle
daft
an
bastard
urchin,
leaves that behind?
get your own urchin.
It
That's
was
not
old
creepy as fuck.
news.
Like, dude, that's some
You think
seriously
I've been
creepy
sitting
shit.
here for 25 years waiting for Leandra to slink back?
We didn't
Who
slink
bought
back.
the estate, Gamlen? Perhaps I could speak to them.
That's some deflecting, if
Was
I
it the
ever heard it.
Reinhardts?
No one you know. Get used to Lowtown, sister. That's where we're going to stay.
Maybe that's where we're going to stay, but that's not where we're going to stay.
Maker, what a mess. I want to make things better for Mother. But some
What
of what
mage?
Gamlen
Oh,
says,
just a basic mage.
I'm having a hard time hating
Watch,
him.
just basic
Playing
is
caretaker
OP.
for someone else's life.
It's like seriously OP.
Stuck in their shadow. That's no way to live.
I mean, we don't actually get into the build tonight, probably.
If you want to join the fight over who
Type of
lost the
thing.
most,
I mean, this
fine.
game takes a while,
But I never lived here.
You'll see.
Mother even gave me her old key to try and stir something.
It'll be
but
stupid.
I didn't know Grandfather.
So
finding his will doesn't matter to me.
I don't have to deal with blood magic bullshit. I can just throw the nukes. I can put. Let's see. How does he say it? My favorite YouTuber. Put warheads on foreheads. Just unalive these motherfuckers. Just unalive them. I'm not saying kill them. I'm not saying make them commit suicide. No, just unalive them. Make them just put a warhead on a forehead. And let the chips fall where they may. Yeah, that type of shit. That's what this mage is about.
You want a connection? This is where we'll find
Seriously.
The once mighty Amels? A bunch of
This
slavers
is
are
a gangster
squatting on
ass
that
build.
dusty glory.
Like, seriously
it.
gangster.
What have you heard?
Uncle's
I'm
a
not saying
chatty
it's
drunk.
perfect for
He
everything.
was up to his neck and
But
signed
goddamn
everything
it,
over.
it's more
That's
than
who had
perfect
the
for about
estate.
99% of it, so I'll just say that.
Apparently, the most extensive wine cellar in Kirkwall
Works
is
for
now a
me.
slave highway from the Undercity. That's the family legacy.
I don't know about you, but that makes me a little angry.
We agree at last.
So, forgetting everything else, what would you do with slavers?
Only one thing their kind deserves.
We
Yes, sir.
agree at last.
Kidnappers,
All right, sister.
pimps, sex
If the
slavers,
key works,
slavers,
we'll clear the estate
whatever.
from the Undercity.
What do they
up.
deserve? I mean, death and nothing else. You don't
I
put
don't
them
know
in
if this will
prison.
help,
You
but I do
execute them
feel like hitting someone.
judicially because you're right and they're fucking evil. That's what you do. If you don't do that, then your society suffers. Hey, James. How is the UK doing right now? Under sympathizing with those who vocally say they're going to kill you and they rape your fucking children in front of your face. How is your country doing? How is your kingdom doing in light of the people who say they're going to do that in front of your face and then do it and you can't do anything about it? Do you like that over there? Just asking. Serious question. Like, serious question. So the Chevalier, Barbarian, let's all... Okay, so I'm just going to grab that shit last. Nice. Alright, let's figure out what we're actually going to use. Alright, so we're going to give that to, probably going to give that to health regen, physical damage, damage resistance, on top of her damage resistance. That works for me. Oh, no, she can't have that. 2 health regen, doesn't really work for me. I could give that to, Meryl. Actually, 2 health regen, physical damage with Stone Fist, damage resistance because she draws a lot of threat. I'm not using her for the most part, but whatever. Kill everything. Let's see. 21 physical damage. And then you got this, which actually levels up. Dude, that sounds like an endgame weapon right there. It really does. Okay, so we can give this to Carver. Give that to Fenris. We could save both of those. And I say we give that to Fenris. We just save this and save that. Okay. Get that to Carver. Just fucking trash that piece of shit. Recruits level up? Level up? Oh, shit. Plus 2 XP. Let's go put some shit up. Okay, so I probably give that to Fenris now. That's just an upgraded version, so I'll just put that away. I'll put this away. That's what I give him later. Let's put that away. Say you keep the physical and spirit ones. Mage 17. So we save that for the deep roads, but probably use this and this in the meantime. Okay, so we're not going to use that bow until whatever. 307 with all that extra bonus. Okay, so level 15. Okay, so we just kill that. Level 7, 13. Okay, so we're taking these two. That's level 15. It's level 17, so we can put all that shit up. Yeah, I'm not using that. That's a much better version of this. So like that's literally what that is. It's an extra rune slot, extra magic. It's gangster ass fucking mage robes, and like that's it. That's all, right? I mean, pretty simple. So let's put up what we're not going to use. Yes, and then all this stuff is stuff. We can put up Sebastian's stuff too, because that doesn't happen in Act 1. Right, so let's put up put those up. That's level 17. That's level 17. I guess that doesn't really matter. Right, so like that extra willpower is going to be amazing. That +1 mana is going to be amazing. Probably just carry these gloves through the rest of the game. Don't need... I mean, we could put these on at level 6, though. We're about to be level 6, so we can hang on to those. It's level 9. That's level 15. So we'll wait for level 9 for that. And then... Let's see, Sebastian... would put this shit up. Sebastian. Everybody else can have their stuff. Alright, so now... I don't even those. I don't even know. They say they sell for 1 copper, so they're not there to give you like millions of fucking sovereigns to break the game early on, and I actually respect that. Like that's I want that. I don't want a freebie. Anyway, all right. So now let's name Puppy Bro. What do you guys want to name the dog, man? Anybody got a...
He wasn't like this in Lothering.
Got a heads up on the dog?
I think he misses
Puppy
the
Bro?
open fields.
Uber Dude? Uber Dude. Uber. Puppy Snout. Whisker Chops. You know, some shit like that, right? Some really cool, like, dog stuff. Remember, this guy has a refined palate. You know... eating dog shit in the backyard and licking his own asshole. Like, I mean, it's a refined palate. You have to respect that. And name him accordingly. Just saying. Just saying. Oh yeah? How did that conversation go?
Come on. Let's play Fetch the Invisible Ball.
He just needs to get out more. Don't you, boy?
But if he's with us, who'd keep Gamlen's debt collectors away?
Take it. I'm
Sorry.
sick of what's-his-name staring and panting.
Gamlen, honestly. A Mabari understands what
You hear the
say.
dog growl?
Try using his name.
Uber Snout?
What's wrong with dog?
Uber Snout.
Real easy to remember.
Uber Snout. Fucking Uber Snout. I'm not gonna lie. You remember, fresh install. Like, his shit was like Count Snackula. If you can imagine your dog with like a Cheetos bag on its back being Count Snackula, looking for snacks. Like, dude, that's so animal friendly, man. That's so dog friendly. Uber Snout. Uber Snout. The snout of all snoutiness. Being extra snoutalicious. True story. So now we just take this. We go here. We gotta get the Rune of Fortune. And then we gotta get it into Varric's armor. So we go from here back up to here. To get Sandal to put that shit in Varric's armor. Then we can start walking around and gaining some extra loot. Right? We gotta get everybody's shit squared away here too. So everybody's probably going to level up. Everybody actually is leveled up. Customer.
Thaddeus, stand straight. Places, everyone. Welcome to the Black Emporium. Look around. So many things to admire.
Alright, so we give that to Fenris. We give Fenris the hammer in like Act 2 and just let him just upgrade with that. So we give this to Carver, right? Don't need that. Now see that electricity resistance plus the rune slot? If you're playing a rogue and you want to play on Nightmare, when you get to the Ancient Rock Wraith, you have to have that. That's why it was put here. That's why it was given to you for free. It's an update. It was an update. This entire, like, merchant through all 3 acts is just an update. Dude, that's level 6. That's freaking fantastic. 6 and 11. Okay, it's just an upgrade. Alright, so this is, if you don't have DLC, this is a health regen and mana stamina. Meaning if you're playing Blood Mage or regular Mage, there you go. We got something better. We can wear this right now, though. We can't actually do that. We can't actually wear this right now. So all this is good. So we have to have this and this. That's mandatory. You have to have it. Have to have it. Alright, so the respec potions is... Alright, so let's see. Me, Varric. Anders Fenris. I don't need Meryl. So like this is really cheap for Act 1. Still got what, $2? $2.79? Almost $300. Alright, so that works. Alright, so the cool thing is that I only need to do me and Varric. And everybody else just levels up. So like that's 100% cool. So me, what I need is, man, do I go to like 3-to-1 or do I do 5-to-2? 5-to-2 is like 140. Or 50-20. 50-20. 3-to-1 is 90-30. I feel like that's where the sweet spot is. 90-30. 4-to-1 is 80-20. I mean, that might actually be a thing too. 80-20. Oh shit. Damn, 80 magic to 20 constitution? It's 4-to-1. What's 5-to-1? It's 100-to-20. 100-to-20. Is that... Fuck. Is that too strong? 100-to-20? 5-to-1? 100 to 20. It'd basically be 100 to 25 if I take blood magic. I can get a huge willpower boost. Plus, all your gear is going to be willpower, pretty much. 5 to 1? Damn. Five to 1. I mean, if you did 4 to 1, it'd still be 80-20. Be 125. 125. Instead of 50-25, it'd be 125. Let's try 4 to 1. I think 4 to 1. That's like twice as strong as a blood mage. It's like literally twice as strong. Magic-wise. Instead of 2 to 1, it's 4 to 1. Let's try 4 to 1. I think 5 to 1. Fuck, I don't know. It might work. It actually might work. 4 to 1. All right, so we need. Four to 1 is 40-10. 6. Then we put that at 11. Still 80-20. That's double. Well, I'm gonna try it. Honestly, I think that's the way to go. 4 to 1. That sounds good. Blood Mage is 2 to 1. Let's make this 4 to 1. True story. Nice. You gotta have elemental weapons. Like that's mandatory. Self. So I always used to take speed. Now I take precision. Like seriously, precision. So let's do that. Alright, nice. Nice. Apparently, Evelyn can't actually do that shit. Carver can't either. I guess I give this to Fenris. And so I'm giving this to it's garbage. I'm giving that to Fenris. Yeah, like seriously, Fenris. Alright, so let's go to oh shit. Right. Oh, well, I gotta go get the Rune of Fortune. Actually equipped in our gear. Like, that needs to be a thing.
So, Carver.
Hawk, long time no see, my friend.
Well, if it isn't Worthy, the dwarf with the incredibly ironic name.
I only advertise the truth. You still with the Red Iron? It was just a year you were with them, right?
Still trying to ferret out everyone's business, I see.
Of course. How else do you expect a dwarf to make a living? I'll tell you what. I still have my old contacts. You need some rune crafting done, I can arrange it for you. Take care, Hawk. Don't get dead.
Anybody play fantasy football?
When we're done in the deep ones, I'm buying.
You're buying everything. What does that mean?
Bodan Feddick,
Bodan
purveyor of goods
Feddick.
both common and rare,
Bodan
at your service.
Feddick.
And this is my son, Sandal, who is as brilliant an enchanter as you'll ever find.
Hello.
Say hello to the nice human, Sandal.
Hello.
Hello. We shall be
Right,
accompanying
thanks,
your
Susan.
expedition and providing
Hello.
the needed supplies. It's all quite exciting, isn't it?
The thought of adventure does make me giddy.
A kindred soul, surely.
We gotta go to the
But I digress.
to the
Do you
Wounded
wish
Coast,
to peruse
like,
my
right now.
wares, or perhaps make use of Sandal's unique talents?
Enchantment?
Enchantment?
Just so.
You two don't seem the sort to hire onto this sort of expedition.
My son and I have never played it safe. Never captured
Never
a tribe
played it safe.
through roads.
Unless you were playing it safe, which
We
is
have
all the
just
time.
returned from adventures
You're
while
such a
accompanying
liar,
the
dude.
hero of Ferelden, legendary Grey Warden and vanquisher of the Blight.
Did they even have Bodan in Failguard, which isn't even a Dragon Age game? Was Bodan even there? Did they explain Sandal? Did they do anything? Like, even one thing? Did they do one single fucking thing? Is what I'm asking. No, they didn't. I don't have to play it to know that. They didn't do a single fucking thing that mattered for a Dragon Age game. Like, at all. Ever. Period. End of conversation.
So you helped to defeat
story.
the Blight?
In our small
True story.
way, perhaps.
I know it's a true
We did
story.
not fight
You don't have
the
to tell
Grey
me.
Warden's side.
It was a rhetorical question.
The
if you
hero
will.
of Ferelden is a fine man. After all his accomplishments, may he find even greater success. But surely my past is hardly of interest to the likes of you.
7 hours ago. Yeah, that does actually work. Sorry. DoorDash is trying to get me to order some Joe's hot fucking wing fries or some shit, which sounds amazing.
Let's see what your son can do.
Enchantment!
Enchantment!
Yay! I don't get another rune slot, right? So that's just gonna have to work. So we have to have the Rune of Fortune and the Rune of Protection on I mean, yeah, why not? Oh, like just doesn't exist? Fuck it. Right Sandal out of the game? Sorry, man. I mean, like they committed so many crimes with that game. Like that is like 75 felonies stacked, which each one of them can get you life. As far as committing crimes against games and against common sense and against players and just against everybody, right? But you're just gonna write Sandal out of the game? They pretty much did that in Inquisition too. They gave a reference to Sandal. You know what? They gave references to Shepard and Liara in Mass Effect Andromeda. What did that do for the game? It made it impossible to get into because it didn't work at all, period, end of conversation. So the same atrocious, woke, satanic, fucking liberal bullshit that was over Andromeda, multiply that by, I don't know, 75 trillion, and that was Failguard, with no basis for a Dragon Age game whatsoever. You're gonna try to create some Fortnite type bullshit or some, I don't know. There's a lot of those types of games around, but that has nothing to do with an RPG called Dragon Age. Absolutely nothing to do with it at all. So, yeah, it's just that bad. It's like literally that bad. Anyway. So everybody's like wearing what they're supposed to wear, right? You can't wear that. Wear that. Nice. She's actually wearing it, so that's cool. Nice. Now, if I was playing a Blood Mage, I might think about that, like 2 health regen. I might actually think about that, but... It's a little junk.
You won't find better prices.
Nice. Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and call it a day. Sorry, man. If you're all about, oh man, just go ahead and just cherry pick like that, you know, I'm done. I'm done here. We actually got past the beat. I think we got past the cheat. I think I have a good philosophy on actually building my mage here. And we're going to get Abilene involved in a major way. We're going to try to get her immune to all the shit that I'm going to drop on her head because all the enemies are around her. She can survive a firestorm, nobody else can. That's pretty much my logic. So that's what she needs to do. Yeah, no shit. Let's see, what time is it? 4 in the morning? Yeah, I think it's... Ah, son of a bitch. Yeah, I think it's a good time to call it. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call it. I gotta get up and work today, and so on and so forth. Let's find a cutoff point to where I know exactly where I'm at tomorrow. And I really appreciate everybody who's been hanging out on the stream tonight. It's been fun. Talking about stuff and just doing stuff, and I mean, good games are good games. True story. Good games are good games. Let's see. Shit, I haven't cleared out. Yeah, I haven't cleared out all. We need that, and then all right, so there we go. And got that active. Rock armor and... Alright, hold on a second. Rock armor. Okay, there we go. That works. Give me a second. Maybe we'll go do something real quick. No, I didn't... I swore I'd never play it. If you catch me playing Veilguard, shun me, report me, get me banned, and do everything you possibly can to destroy me as a human being if I ever play that piece of shit. And I said I was not going to play that 5 years before it came out. That's a fact. That's a fact. You know what? I'm actually going to just lightly predict. I'm not saying this is going to happen or not going to happen, but I would not be surprised if it didn't happen. I don't think we get another Mass Effect. I think BioWare is dead. When I say dead, I mean dead. Dead. They killed themselves with their rainbow flags and their Bud Light sponsorship for their fucking video games. They got so fucking woke, they didn't realize that they crawled into their own asshole and died. Died! That's my prediction. We'll see. Just saying.
Town is like shopping with empty pockets.
I want to give this to Varric. Like, literally. You just get Varric doing his thing. Oh, wait. You know what? I don't... No, I didn't. I actually didn't. All right, so self. Any. All right, leave this open for Bianca. Well, what we do here is just turn that shit off. It's like Aveline. We just turn it off, right? All right, so enemy rank. This is his one job. This is Varric's one job. Elite or higher. Visibility. Hitting shot. Right, so self, health, 25. Item. Enemy. Target using attack type. Ranged or magic. Attack. And that's honestly pretty much it. Like, I mean, seriously, like that is Varric's like skill set. So there we got that. If she gets anything else, she can put it down here later. That's fine. No, I mean that's like literally it. Watch this shit. Yeah, so our money gain is exponentially increased between Varric and Aveline. Still think I have to drop Aveline.
Bounty hunter. How about you? That's enough. You will fall.
So Varric actually levels up. Nice. Alright, nice. Okay, so I need 40 cunning by the time we get to level 10. Okay, let's see, 16 and 5 more levels gets them to 40 if you put everything into cunning. Yeah, no shit, right? $81. 5 more levels. Does it? Beautiful. Nice. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call it here. Let's just go ahead and save it. All right, guys. I'll probably be on after work tonight. It's like, yeah, it's pretty late. Hey man, thanks for supporting the stream and just hanging out, talking about stuff, and yeah, this is awesome, man. This is the type of shit that I like personally. We're doing fine here. Honestly, it's just really about building the character. Get some certain things for some money gain. Money gain is important with a mage and with a warrior. It's like with a warrior, I think it's most important. With a mage, yeah, it's important. With a rogue, not so much. With a rogue, you get a bunch of money, and honestly, any stats you can gain from equipment, you've already got. Like it's yeah, that shit is pretty gangster. I just wanted to do this as a mage. So we got a good start. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. Go ahead and call it a day. Maybe go get something to eat and put something together to snack on, and get back to work tonight. And hopefully I'll see you tonight. If I don't see you tonight, then you guys have a good rest of your weekend. You guys take care, stay safe, love your family, do all the good stuff. Do all the good stuff. If that means something to you, then yeah, just do the good stuff. Hopefully you know what that is, right? Anyway, good night, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a day. Like I said, go find something to snack on, man. I'm hungry. All right, thank you, man. Yeah, and it was. Yeah, this actually was fun. This actually was nice. We got a lot of building to go. Like, honestly, you build your character all through Act 1. Act 1 is just building your character. Getting your points where you need your points. And then you get to the Ancient Rock Wraith and you see if your build is actually worth a shit. And then you get out of that, and then Act 2 is your actual build. Like, I mean, it's, like, seriously. Man, you got the Gauntlet, you got Sundermount 2.0, you got a bunch of stuff. And it's nasty. And it's supposed to be nasty. I mean, if it was easy, then why the fuck would we play this shit? So, yeah, actually, it's supposed to be nasty. Anyway, all right, good night, guys. I'll catch you guys hopefully tomorrow night. If I don't, like I said, man, you guys have a really good weekend. God bless you and your families. Take care, and I'll see you.